Alright, so are we doing this again here where we just kind of go away or something like that? So I guess we got all kinds of unstable stuff going on here, so maybe the stream won't be as long as I thought it was going to be. I guess it's going to be a real short stream. Now, I'm streaming here. There should be, because, I mean, it is... I do actually have a picture. Let me just keep rolling on here. Let's do this. So I don't know if Twitch has been twitchy. Like the other day. Let me just keep rolling here. Because I'm not seeing anything jittery or anything like that. Now we'll keep going with this lighter stuff, and then we'll let me get a little bit of this green here. Then we'll hit it with some glazy things too. Let me hit you some more. It's almost a bit like a royal guard. Hey there, Sarge. How you doing? Thanks, Sarge. So, Sarge, hopefully you're doing okay there. So, Sarge, I don't know if you've had a chance to really do too much on the miniature painting side of things there. If there's anything that you wanted to share, please go ahead. I know that you, I know that you got kind of a new project that you were trying to start over there. So hopefully you've been able to at least mess around with that a little bit. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Pikmin Horror just posted. So yeah, not sure what's going on. It's just it's kind of been one of them weekends, that's for sure. I think just about anything computer-wise is pretty much in open review. Actually, I think I sent you a little message about that earlier, Landrast. Yeah, the computer stuff is not been cooperating. That's fantastic. That's fantastic, Pikmin. Actually, I don't know if you saw this, but this will... I think that, yeah, this is going to be one of the files here that I'll have in the Dropbox for the Patreon folks. Yeah, Valfera, well, I'm not going to jinx anything. I was going to say, well, here's hoping that something fun, because the game is in Nashville, right, Valfera? Oh, thanks, Pikmin. Yeah, we've been making a ton of those, and again, where's our one from last night? Here it is. So this is the one that we did last night. I mean, it was unbelievable. Grand Oracle, I don't know if you... Oh, Valfera, yeah. This happened after you left the stream there. There's a marble texture here. And it actually reflected the marble texture here. There's even the hair and the arm reflected in there. That actually came out in the sculpt. Right? Even in the print. That's insane. All right, now we're going to try and get our lighter stuff over here on our fire super quick here. Yeah, Sarge, I know that, again, it's been wild and crazy for just a long time. Hopefully work has been a little bit less... Ooh, man, remember what it was like? I mean, it was kind of like every week everything was on pins and needles. Hopefully at least that's kind of subsided for the last maybe year, 13, 14 months or so there, Sarge. And it just kind of seemed like every week there was some new crazy thing that was happening there. Alrighty, here we are. We're gonna do some stuff like this here. Maybe get a little more of the orange. We'll let some of that even mix there. I think actually, Sarge. Oh, you know what, Sarge? I think I know which one you're talking about because I might have used that for my King of the Dead. Yeah, for Army of the Dead, I might. That probably is the figure that I used. Yeah. I've always kind of liked that one. And it worked pretty well for Army of the Dead. Now, of course, it's a larger scale than your typical Lord of the Rings, but fortunately, when they did Army of the Dead, they didn't do it at the right scale. It was like bigger than all of the other. Okay, so yeah, now it's as stable. Now it's as stable. So whatever. Let me put a little more of that down here. So we're just making things a little more toasty there. That's all. That's well, I shouldn't really be super surprised, right, Sarge? Well, Valfira, I don't know if there was some more destruction tonight. Now, there were no ranked teams involved, but you had a team that had no business winning a game, win a game again. I'm telling you, it's an epidemic, Valfira. It is an absolute epidemic. Oh, yeah, that's it. Did they come out with 3 or 4 new kind of factions? Was it Dreadmere or something like that, Sarge? So Recoil, let me see. So you're moderating for half the streamers on Twitch these days? It sure sounds like it. Yeah, it sounds like you're just like, okay, first thing in the morning, get up, moderate stream. After that stream, moderate this stream. Then after that, moderate 2 more streams. So again, this is not our lightest light yet. It's not our lightest light. So Grant Oracle, it's been a while since I asked about the Haygears printer and if you've made any like new discoveries with it. Like, holy smokes, I didn't realize it could do this. I mean, it does a lot of stuff, but obviously, as you work with it more and more, you start to find more and more things it can do. I was wondering how everything played out for Duff because, well, as you and I know, he wasn't super chuffed about going there, right? Or the prospects there. And so Sarge, I guess, are they kind of doing the hybrid stuff now? Sort of like a Creature Caster and other folks are kind of going more towards the hybrid existence there of, well, we'll have the physical sculpts for people that don't have 3D printers, but for those that do, or something like that, or they're printing their own there. I guess maybe that's it. Yeah, and I know that. Let's see. I'm just drawing a blank on this. There's a few folks that have had kind of some nasty things happened in the last one. Look, we're using this tiny little guy as basically almost like a tiny filbert brush right here. Let's bring this up here. Okay, that's better. So now we got toasty, roasty, doggy here. He's a hot dog. Yeah, there's a hot dog right there. So here's hoping that things could kind of get a little bit easier for Duff. And actually, Recoil, if you wanted to shout out Rot and Duff and everything, needless to say, we won't be seeing Armored Wolf. I don't think on tonight's stream or tomorrow night's stream because, well, Armored Wolf is a wee bit busy right now. Just a bit busy. So yeah, no Armored Wolf, unfortunately, for the next couple of streams. Let me work this in here. So again, Pikmin, I hope that LVO was great. You were doing a class, you did a class at LVO too, right, Pikmin? Pretty sure that you were. Actually, Valfair, somehow he has figured out a way to do Battle Zone Ursa all the way from here. Yeah, he's doing it remotely, Valfair. But we're using the same time machine. What is that? Oh, the same TARDIS. Yeah, that's it, Valfair. We're using the same TARDIS. That's what we're using. Yeah, we'll get a little bit brighter orange down here for sure. We need a little bit more on this, like over there. Like so. Let me move you out of the way. So everybody please check out Impending Duff. Give Impending Duff a follow. I'm pretty sure, I think, and also to give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. Right there, go do that. So thanks, Rico. Sorry to ask you to do that. Nice to see you again, Diadems. Happy Saturday. It is now a happy Saturday here. So Diadems, how you doing? Appreciate you being here. So yeah, oh, and of course, congratulations to the Rottweiler family for the young football lad going to Indianapolis, getting to do that camp there. That's going to be really fabulous. And I think that's going to go a long way in his football career there. So Diadems, it's been really it's been really interesting to see the flats kind of take shape. See what I did there? See what I did there? Yeah, that's what I did. So our Lord of the Rings tarot cards, we painted basically the first of our Lord of the Rings tarot cards last night. And this one was super fun. I'll have to, well, let's see. Again, I'll be sending those files to folks. And again, the Eldritch Foundry ones. And again, I've got, so it's the D&D figure that Kathy played the most. It was a halfling rogue called Mel, I believe that was the name of that character. And I was able to kind of utilize some things that I didn't realize were in Eldritch Foundry until I started doing all the videos. I've got like a regular size version of that, and then I've got one that's going to be it's going to be mighty big for a halfling. It's gonna be mighty big for a halfling. I wonder. You know what? It's time to mix some paint, Camda. Yeah, we're gonna chuck it into here. We're gonna do Payne's Gray slash. Come on, Mars Black in here. More Mars Black. Actually, some of the paint is a little bit gummy already, Camda, because I set this stuff out thinking I was just about to start, and then there was a bit of a delay. Let's see. Instead of a 1-to-1 scale, well, it's almost a 1-to-1 scale halfling. There you go, Valfira. It's a bit. It's gonna be big for a halfling, and that's what we'll paint on the 29th. So that's gonna be a Wednesday. Now, that stream has to start earlier because, as I was telling Recoil, what happens on either Tuesdays or Wednesdays when we're doing our late night streams? That's when the internet company says, it's the middle of the night, nobody's using the internet. Let's just turn this off for like 2.5 minutes and it'll be fantastic. Or maybe not so fantastic. So that's going to have to probably start, I want to say, as early as 9:30. No later than 10. So just beware. Look at this. Look at that. It's going all the way around here. That's what you call true capillary action. That is true capillary. None of this nonsense capillary action here. This is the real deal. Oh, hey, Landrast, what was... I can't remember what that you were showing me. Man, look at this. It's all the way down to the base. That the latest... oh, gosh. It was another product from... Not MiG Ammo, from AK Interactive. Was that a basing thing? Look at it. Look at this. It's just moving around like crazy. Look at that. Is that nuts or what? That is insane. That is absolutely bonkers. Let's see. It was you. Oh, look at this. You can't do that with the acrylics. Gonna get yourself some hefty watermarks. You do that. That ain't gonna work. Man, it's still on the march. It is still moving around. All right, there we go. So looky there. Now let's do that on this one. Hey there, Michael Paints. How you doing? That's it, Landrast. That is it. Actually, Landrast, could you shoot me a little message? Just a little reminder saying I gotta look on Amazon, see if that's there, or maybe Micromark or something like that. Because just, I don't know, for whatever reason, I want to kind of give that a try. So everybody, please give Michael Paint Minis a follow. So Michael, if you want to share stuff in the chat, I know you got plenty of things. And of course, again, give Michael Paints Minis a follow because Michael Paints Minis on stream. So do that. Now, Michael, here's hoping that does the trick. Now, Michael, has that made it a little bit difficult to do some of the stuff you got to do over at Reaper and some of the painting and all that? I mean, it couldn't hurt, right? Landrast, to give that stuff a try. All right, where are we going here? We're going to the Van Dyke, or no, that's too. We're gonna go Van Dyke Brown here. I was just about to maybe grab some of the Umbre there. Respect the Umber, but no, we're gonna go Van Dyke Brown here. Sorry about that, Michael. Now, Michael, has that kind of made it difficult to stream also? Hopefully not too much. Well, that's good. Again, sorry about that, Michael. That's playing hurt is never easy, no matter what the sport is, right, Michael? Yeah, playing hurt ain't easy. Just ask, just ask Carson Wentz. I thought he was gonna die on on Thursday night there. Actually, I think he probably thinks he died. He might, maybe he wishes he died. Probably wishes they would have just gotten killed in the first quarter and get it over with. And again, Michael, be sure to share some stuff in the chat. And of course, Michael Paints Minis also does classes at ReaperCon. I mean, based on all the success that you've had there the last couple of years, will you be expanding the number of classes that you're doing there, Michael? Or is it one of those things where, let me see, so Reaper has me doing 20 hours of stuff every day, so teaching more classes is going to be difficult because it's Reaper, right, Michael? And everybody involved in Reaper has to do 10 people's jobs because that's how it's always been for ReaperCon. 5 people to do the work of 50. Everybody check out those shroomies there from Michael Paints Minis. Yes, it's a hat skyscraper, right? Michael Paints Minis. I mean, yeah, the Reaper folks, there are not a lot of bodies to do a whole lot of stuff there, so always give the Reaper folks a special thank yous after ReaperCon, because it takes quite an effort to make that happen. Now here, again, you can see, there we go. We got a little, differences, some slightly warmer stuff, some slightly cooler stuff. I was tempted to go into my Pearline Crimson right away, but we'll wait on that for just a second on this guy. We'll do the other guy. We'll do the other. Oh, wait, we got a little bit here, and then I'm gonna do this. Now we need to get a little something up here on this spear. Okay, good enough there. Let's get some more ombre here. Now we can go with the ombre. Oh, you know what? I'm doing this. I'm doing ombre and Pearline Crimson. It's going to be the priciest wargs ever. Yeah. Pearline Crimson wargs. Look at that. Look at that capillary action go. So there's going to be a light volume and blending class at the Reaper Games store. Any kind of linkage there that you want to share regarding that, Michael Paints Minis, please go ahead and do that. Obviously, we want to give Reaper all the support and stuff like that, because Reaper does lots of nice stuff for lots of folks. They work super hard there. That's fantastic. That's fantastic, Michael. Man, look at this. Look at this recoil. We got a cheap old Griffin. Wow, look at that. That's a nifty combo. Actually, Landrast, this could be an interesting kind of a darker glazy thing on golds. So you're doing your non-metallic stuff there. If you want a deep reddish brown, take some umber and the Pearline Crimson. Mix those together. Man, look at that. That's insane. So Ghouls of the Vampires, Ghost of Gallowgard. So it's 4 of them then. Sarge, I haven't actually. Sarge, if you got any pictures, you could shoot me a Facebook message or somewhere. I haven't seen any of the Reaper, factions since we were there. I think in 2019. That's I think that's the last time I saw any of the Dreadmere, because it is still called Dreadmere, right? The overall thing. Oh, good. There is some left here. I'm going to use that for the base and such here. Also, for Mr. Wolfie's face. Let's do his face first. Let's do that. So you have Valfair. I don't know if you saw what the Hokies did. Yeah, the Golden Bears went down to the Hokies in double overtime. And let's put it this way: the referees, they tried to they tried to basically take over the game several times. I mean, it was getting a little bit absurd. So yeah, mixing the burnt umber with Pearline Crimson. Man, that is one intense mix right there. I'll tell you that. Let me get this into here. A little more of that. This way here, a little bit more of our Van Dyke Brown. Yeah, back to the Van Dyke Brown again. All right, then you set there. You are going to get some of the Pearline Crimson over here. Oh, wait. First this. Like, whoa. You're looking awful light there. Actually, I did do a new batch of stickers. Mostly because I had some, what is that, those points, the loyalty points from Sticker Mule. I took the happy accident, so that was, I think that was the image that you made, right, Recoil? With the Wapilius kind of looking almost like something out of Charles Dickens. Oh gosh, this is the thing I still got to do. Still have to make the autocorrect monster into some kind of an STO file or a bas relief or something. Now again, if your post is unjustly modified like Valfera's was, guess what? Expose the autocorrect monster. Recoil, man, I am just my brain is beyond shot right now. But did I'm wondering if wasn't there a point where you actually did an autocorrect monster song? Ooh, look at this. Here's something we haven't done either yet. Indian Yellow and Pearline Crimson. Hey, Rottweiler, how you doing? See, there it is. We conjured up a Rottweiler. Rottweiler, we were just saying congrats to the lad there on Indianapolis. Yeah, seriously, we just said that like 5 minutes ago. So now while you're there, actually, well, I would imagine that they're probably not playing at Lucas Oil, but I was gonna say maybe you get to actually meet Indiana Jones. Yes, Indiana Jones. Now, of course, what would have been interesting is if, in an earlier age, you could have had Indiana Jones and the Legion of Boom. You know of what I speak, Rottweiler. Now, that team doesn't really exist anymore, but that would have been hilarious. So look at this. This is a tiny bit of the Indian Yellow and then the Pearline Crimson there. Man, that is intense. That is one intense. This will be another one for potential source lighting there, Landrast. Or even for for your golds, if you really like a super intense orange whatever. Yeah, that'll do it. Man, look at that. So yeah, Rottweiler, if you want to share anything in the chat, stuff that you've been working on, please go ahead. Yeah, Camden. I guess the only reason it's not out on the palette every single time is because I don't want people to feel like, oh man, I gotta have that, because it ain't cheap, right? That is not cheap. What do we got going on here? Okay, a little bit of that in there. Touch of that here. Like so. Alright, and we'll do that on this one now. Yep, yeah, we'll do that over here. Candy probably both of them, and maybe, like another relative that you're not terribly fond of. Yeah, you might have to do a couple of those, Camda. So that is fantastic, Rottweiler. I know that's something that was really means a ton to him. Hopefully, it kind of makes some of the issues with teammates things that takes the sting out of that a little bit. Because like we were talking about, you don't want to see maximum effort just kind of go like totally unrewarded. Yeah, that was my niece's my niece's basketball and volleyball games up there in Alaska. There's literally more people watching it on a stream than there are people at the facility, which is hilarious. Ah, that's super fantastic, Rottweiler. I think we're gonna have to. We might have to have a song recoil about the Doomsday palette. I'm not quite sure. Well, obviously we'll see if it can handle the names, because it sometimes, all the time, mispronounces those. But yeah, we might have to have a song about the Doomsday palette, and it just describes all the ways that it's going to bankrupt you or whatever. Let's do this. We didn't want that there. Let me take some of that away. Nope. Gotta go back. Refresh. Let's do that. Yeah, okay, fine. With a little bit of that there. A little bit over here. Alright, so now we've got some of our darker stuff in there. We're going to go back to this one, and we got to go even lighter. Yes, we're nowhere near our lightest white here on our flamey stuff. That's a highly technical term for object source lighting, flamey stuff. Much like cratery things, that again, that's most astronomers, they don't they used to use cratery things as an scientific expression years ago. They kind of abandoned that, but we still use that here. Break you down. Come on. Breaking you down some more. Because this, I believe... Yeah, see, that's got to be thicker. Because, well, we've been doing all this glazy stuff. Thick sticks to thin, right? Well, that's what we're doing. We're doing thicker stuff to stick to the thinner stuff. Look at that. I mean, you can still see the some of the glazy stuff just sitting right there, and we were just painting right into that. Just painting right into that. Surge, there was a random picture that popped up on, it was a Facebook thing. It was a Pershing, I think this was actually it was March of '45 or something like that. And it showed this there was a little hole in the front of it that was actually from a Nashorn from an '88. Yeah, he would have been a little bit more famous, right, Camda, if he had stuck to cratery things. Yeah, he might have been famous. You know, sometimes the choices don't always go the way they should. I mean, think of how many more books he would have sold if he had used the cratery things term. Now you can look at that difference. I mean, that just pretty much, and that's we could still actually go lighter than that. That is not white. That is mostly fluorescent yellow and white mixed together. So Artem Michael, let's see, I think how many weeks was it? Because it's still kind of doing the physical therapy stuff right now, right, Artem Michael? Artem Michael, if you want to share some stuff in chat, please go ahead. Hey there, Hats, how you doing? Now, of course, well, Velfair, we saw Cosmos as kids. Now, maybe I must have seen the like I said, see, I saw the unedited version. So as JD says, they cut it out of the version that the general public saw. We saw a different version. Camden, do we need to do a series? Do we need to do a series of paintings called Cratery Things? Let me use this brush right here. Order Michael, sorry that it has not been exactly ideal there when it comes to health things. That's a little bit of an understatement there. You know what? I'm gonna catch me a little bit of that, like right here. Actually, now I'm visualizing. Well, I think. Oh, yeah, that's right. We were gonna do that meme of the Welshlandian Space Agency. I think now we have to. Was that part of the Welshlandic Space Agency too? The people that investigate cratery things. So everybody, please check out that link that Artem Michael just posted an Instagram link. Let me try to chuck a little bit more of the lighter yellow over there. So now that we've got some of our dark here, and this, something like a film noir there should show some pretty interesting things, I would say. Gonna get me a little bit more of that orange. There's a whole thing of flame right over there. Let's get some orangey stuff right there. Again, nothing but precise scientific terms here, or painting terms like orangey stuff. Yeah, you don't get that kind of precision on just any old channel. Nah, we need more. The winds are red. Some of this, I might even be inclined to do that as a kind of a dry brush there, because reasons. Spread this around a little more. Spread some more orange over here. Now again, the Wargs and the Riders, Diwali, the casualties on the base. Well, this casualty at There's only just the one with the casualty on it. That is from Papal 3D. Back to this one, shit. Nah. Give me some of that floral orange. Ooh, this is what I forgot to do here, Camden. Because that stuff's just going to talk about gummy bears. If I don't get some thinner on that uh, fluorescent orange, that is just going to go all gummy real fast. I just remembered to do that. I will maybe take this. Okay, there we go. That is, now let's see. Is this too light for Mr. Warg here on his front arm? No, not really. Not really. Now again, gummy bear wise, I was thinking we might just be painting, because I got 5 of these little ones that they're like half the size of this. And I might be trying to paint those up on the stream tomorrow. And then I got Wednesday, so that the 29th there, that is going to be the special Kathy birthday stream. And I did sculpt an Eldritch Foundry miniature. So we have a new Kathy miniature for the first time. So again, we've painted this one a whole bunch. And again, it's not like I mind painting these, but we've painted this same one about 10 times, maybe 11. Actually, maybe more if you count things like the bust and the larger scale and all the other kind of stuff. So yeah, we needed some new ones to paint. Yeah, JD. Oh, you know what? Oh gosh, I found this picture recoil of, I think it was my either 5th or 7th grade science fair project. And remember I was talking about all those craypod drawings of stars and the HR diagram and all that other kind of stuff. Uh, of course, I found that image and I tried to save it somewhere so that it wouldn't just, obviously it's still on the machine, but remembering where the heck it is, buried amongst all these other pictures. So I'll try and send you that before I forget again. But you'll see that the Spacescape stuff, well, I've been doing it for a little while. I mean, when I talk about Chelsea Bonestell, right, Camden? I mean, I was seeing Chelsea Bonestell paintings when I was 9 years old, something like that. It goes back a little ways. I'm gonna try to sneak a little bit of light or something there. Now down. It's gotta be a little lighter orange than what we got. Well, we have actually some of that crazy pearline crimson mix there to mix with, so that's handy. And I just imagine what that could have looked like, obviously with our knowledge of today, and also too all of the enhanced graphics capabilities that we have now that weren't around then. I mean, some of the effects in that were very much groundbreaking at that time. So here we're spreading that light along here. Camden, I'm not sure we'll be able to do that. It's, I mean, it's not like we have 28 freshly painted Spacescapes to choose from, right, Candace? I don't know if we have enough. I don't know, Camden. Wouldn't you say it's kind of it's a roll of the dice there? Not sure we have enough to do that with. I'd be very curious to see, Camden, how would it translate those in terms of a bas relief? I would imagine that some are going to be easier than others. I think maybe the ones with, well, the kind of the planet type things, those will probably be a little bit easier than just the nebula ones. But we won't know till we find out, right, Camden? That was definitely going to be something I wanted to explore. Taking the spacescapes. I mean, we have the pictures of them, right, Camden? We have the pictures of them. Actually, maybe some of the Lord of the Rings spacescapes there, like our Space Gandalf or whatever. I'm gonna still, yeah, let's get a little bit more of our later orange here. On his, that's it. That might be a little too light. No. Go back to this. Let's go back to that. Hello to the Friday crew at Shea Landrast. Okay, one is like there. So what's up there with the Friday crew Landrast? Yeah, let's see. I do believe that qualifies as open mic night at Club Wappleville. Yes, indeed. So Landress says that we really ought to. Well, actually, Landress, the person we got to talk to is we got to talk to our Welsh landing expert there. So yeah, Landress, when surface tension gets in here, ask him if he can, take some pictures of the Welsh Landic landscape. Take a picture of some sheep so you can, so he can turn into a bas relief. What, you don't have a sheep guy there, Landrest? You're telling me you don't already? Next thing you're going to tell me you also don't have a giraffe guy either. Now let's do a little. Oh, we could do this, Valfira. I think this will work. So, yeah, look, here we go. I think that just about works. Let's see what happens when we do a film noir. Bingo. Wow, that's pretty funny. Or, I mean, outside of a tiny bit of extra light there, that really doesn't, nowhere near as much as you would think, right? Man, let's see. Well, let's see what this does. Valfair, let's see what this looks like here. Man, look at that. Is that crazy or what, Valfair? I mean, it's all about, yeah, that's basically a bluish gray, and that is a very intense orangey red right there. Oh, we don't need this anymore. Get that out of the way. No, geez, and we're 1 hour in. We are 1 hour into our little soiree here. Okay, where did my... Okay, that is the good one. I'm going to get rid of this too. We will get rid of that. I'm going to break this down even more. That's a very kind of a reddish orange there, not a radish. More than, I gotta keep breaking this down. Yeah, so we'll just have to ask when surface tension comes in there. I have to say, hey, you need to take some pictures there of some sheep in the on the landscape, and then turn that into a bas relief. So, well, when surface tension gets in here, Landress, you just have to ask him to do that. I'm sure he'll be totally fine with doing that. Yeah, look at that. This is actually gets even toastier now with the darker orange in here. That's a combo of the Windsor Red, so basically Fanchon Red or Naphthol Red comboed with a little bit of our floral orange. That's the one of the opera colors. One of the opera colors from Paul Rubens. A little bit more of our firelight working its way onto this now, I think. Now, what about you? What? Same deal over here. Same deal. Get that orange in here. A little more down here. No, let's do this. Let me roll this way with it. Yeah. Over the top of some of our fire here. Man, that is a really, really, really intense reddish orange. It actually shows up more than the colors that are lighter, just because of the intensity. It's really wild to think of it that way, but that's kind of how it is. So we got 3 miniatures going on, and we are only 1 hour 12 minutes in. Yet 1 hour 12 minutes in. Have we mentioned once or twice or 1,000 times doing object source lighting going to take less time than anything else, because, well, there is no guessing about color. It's like it's orange. It's surrounded by, it's right next to fire. The color will be orange. You don't have to like, okay, is it gonna be this color gray or this color whatever? It's like it's orange. It's lighter orange or darker orange. That's it. Because, cam to object source lighting takes way longer on figures, right? Yeah, it slows you down. It doesn't speed the process up at all, right? I mean, it's not like taking half the figure and making all just basically one color would save you some time. That's totally not how that goes. But check out that Ghoul King figure that Sarge says posted, and again, Sarge, really appreciate you being here. I know it's like harder and harder and harder to be able to get here because, well, these are also later. Although, once again, the programming note for, was that Wednesday the 29th, that will be an earlier start. It kind of has to be. Because, again, these East Coast friends might want to be able to join for that. Okay. A little bit of the orange there. Whatever. I mean, how long did it take to establish our source lighting effect? Remember, we're painting 3 dudes here on Wargs. Oh, with an extra dude. So we're technically painting 3 to 7 figures here. And with object source lighting, and that was 1 hour 14 minutes. That's how long we've been working on these. That is it. looking at the... I guess we could start playing around with this now. I just had to make sure that stuff was set enough here. We're going to try this. We're going to grab Mars Yellow Deep, some of the not radiant, radiant violet there. Look at that. That secondary glaze that we put on there, there's no pre-glaze on these. There's no pre-glaze on these. Part of it is painting efficiency-wise doesn't really make sense. Also, too, we don't want to be snapping stuff off of here, having to wipe off paint with sponges and stuff. Now that is metal in there, and it's not going to really catch any of our lights, so... Oh yeah, let's get a little thinner over here on the Prussians. Let's do that. Make that lighter, more of a mid. Okay, fine, we'll just drag some more of this over here. Okay, that's getting lighter and lighter. Also, a big old chunk of something on there. Let's get rid of that. Back to this. Lighter, again, lighter grayish tone here. A little bit more of that on the muzzle. This, you can see we're already starting to go with the kind of warmer colors relatively on him compared to the Warg, which is getting those cooler bluish grays. Edge of his mouth here. Front of the nose until we get to where our source light is. Now I have some flashlights here. Okay, that's one of the blue ones. Are these all the blue ones? Somewhere here I've got one that is not a blue one. Wow, this one's... Ooh. I thought maybe I had one of the red ones over there. So, you know what, his, okay, so the ear needs to get a little bit of our, that's going to need to get some of our warm, firelight color there. Alright, we can do that. Where's that Van Dyke brown? There it is. Okay, now we can mix that in with it. There we go. And who knows, maybe we paint in some extra little fur texture in there too. Just because. Do that over here. Like this. Yeah. More of that up here. Enrico, now, I know Irid was saying there was no, there wasn't going to be any blueberries on the shelves. Guess what was on the shelves at the store today was blueberries. We're going to be able to utilize those now. Making ourselves some blueberry cupcake muffin whatever things now, because we got blueberries. Come on. There we are. Now, hopefully I got enough. I might look at the recipe tonight and just go, all right, is this going to be enough? Get some of that bluish gray up there on that fur, okay? And see, now we're starting to get that lighter bluish stuff on Mr. Warg there. This is almost like our skin. I mean, not almost. This basically is our skin tone here. We're using that for things like the leather, because reasons. And these wrappings and such. If that doesn't mix well enough on its own, out comes the blending brush to make that happen. You know what? I gotta get me some thinner there, though. More. At least I've been remembering here to put the thinner out in some of our colors so that they don't get too gummy and nasty too quickly there. Nice to see you there, Vale. So, Vale, I hope that your Saturday has been going very, very well so far. We're just kind of underway with Saturday. It is 1 a.m. here on a Saturday morning. Glad that you do it well there, Vale Rocks. We're working on a few of our basically, we're continuing this army, our Wolves of Isengard. You can see them there along with our Dunlendings. There's a couple of the other ones. Now that we've, I think I've got these 3D printed from, gosh, how many different, let's see. These are from Diwali. I've got ones from Papal 3D. I've got ones from Medbury Miniatures. I'm pretty sure Printing Goes Ever On did their. I know Khurzluk did some. Khurzluk did a batch of these. And then there was another batch. I think I got them just on my mini factory because I forget where those came from. Thanks, Vale. Appreciate that. Last night was just a little bit of a different subject there. That's what we painted last night. That is one of our homemade flats right there. That was entirely done literally in-house. I just did that myself. And, well, again, I think I might do a little lesson on that what is it? Image to STL.com. Yeah. I might try to film something with that. I think I'll try to make some of these. So I mean, I need to make more of these anyway. I think we'll film a little episode on making some Trench Crusade themed flats. Oh, and by the way, the episode that shows all the basing of these guys, yeah, that is up on the Patreon page. Army Painting Series 48. Yeah, it's Army Painting Series 48. That, remember, there's 5 episodes to each series. So we are closing in on 200, I mean, just Army Painting episodes alone. That does not count, I think it's somewhere around 120 on the Workbench episodes. Oh my gosh, something like 73 or 74, well, regular basing episodes. I think there's at least 92 Dark Sword episodes. At least 11 or 12 chapter studies videos. We just did another one, I think, not too long ago. Yeah, Series 48, Camden. That is absolutely crazy. And that means what there's our metals workshop. We just did another episode with that. Actually, we did 3 episodes. That was the Necron series. Actually, Camda, I was going to have the football team be the next series, but I think we should save that for episode 50 because that would be super special because I would be using figures that I sculpted, right? And the only way you could get those is on the Patreon page. So I think that's what we're going to do for series 50, Camda. Again, I was going to do it, be the next series. That's why I was kind of trying to crank away at all the sculpts. And then, kind of like you were saying, well, you know what? You only get to do Army Painting Series 50 once, and it should be something special. How's about everybody? Welcome in Faye Story once again. How you doing there, Faye? Appreciate the raid. Everybody please give Faye Story a follow. So Faye, check this out. A little something different since you last been here. Now we're working with the oils here. We're painting up some doggies here, some warg riders, a little bit of object source lighting and such. But looky here, these are like only 3 weeks ago we started making these here. So these are all made in-house. Look at this. We've been painting these up on stream. This one was done in a tutorial video. We'll be painting summer. I think I got summer right over here. There it is. Nope, that's autumn. There's summer. So we'll be painting this one up on stream. Now check these out. Looky here. It's our Lord of the Rings tarot cards. More flats. More flats. There's a Balrog there. You got Theoden. You got Eomer. This was one that we got already prepped and ready to go. There's an Eowyn. And look at what we painted last night. That's what we painted last night right there. Oh, how you doing there, Mr. Parks? And Faye, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. I think 2 Thursdays ago we did this. This is a Trench Crusade theme. And again, this is all oil paints, but look at that. See, there's a metallic in there. It's got that nice little shimmery. And here was the very first one. Whoops. How about we do it the right way? There you go. Now, of course, Faye, this is like 10 times the size of a normal flat. I didn't realize that because I'd never painted a flat before, so I had no idea. I had no clue how big they were supposed to be. But yeah, we painted this one last night. Let's welcome in 46 and 2. How you doing there, 46? Appreciate the raid. Everybody get 46 and 2 a follow. And of course, Monday, we were still at it with our Battlestar Galactic ships. That's number 8. Man, we've done 8 of these bad boys already. Obviously, we started with Galactica Actual. But then, again, we've migrated on to these flats, which have been really interesting. They pose some interesting challenges because, well, they're not flat like our paintings. Now, this has already been turned into a bas-relief, so you will be seeing this as a flat. We painted this one. This might have been Armada Mondays, I swear. It was a little hypothetical battle scene between Constitution and HMS Victory. And that's all. I actually turned that one into a flat, believe it or not. And of course, 46 and 2. If you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. No rush there. No rush there, Faye. Take your time. But I just want you to, know that once you're all done doing the cleanup and such, definitely share some fabulous stuff in the chat. I didn't quite get to see what you were working on. I tried to take a quick little look-see, and there was an ad, so I didn't get to see it before I started streaming. So I didn't get to see what you were working on. Well, that's fantastic, Faye. And again, I know you just finished your stream, so I don't think you have too many pictures of that right now. I mean, obviously you can skedaddle off to the photo booth, but it might just be easier to go to the Instas, Discords, whatever, and find some work in progress images to post. That's fantastic, Faye. Hopefully, sometimes when it's a new paint, you're kind of finding out maybe what its limitations are or what it can do well. Maybe things you didn't expect it to be able to do well. Everybody check out that Instagram link there that 46 and 2 just posted. And again, we're doing some 3D printed Warg riders. Now, where are some of our other ones? Here we go. So these were painted on stream as well. You can see we got little playmates for our doggies right here. I mean, they're just they're just having some fun right there. It's not like he's gonna chew his face off or anything like that. I think here we go. Here's another one. Yeah, again, it's they're just having some fun. I mean, he's happy to see this dude. They were buddies. He hasn't seen him in a while. It's just a very, just greeting him in a very friendly way for Wargs there. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Faye Story posted. And again, we got an Instagram link from 46 and 2. So check out those Insta links. Be sure to do the follow thing as well. And again, thank you so much for the raids. That is appreciated. We're working with regular oil paints here. Windsor, Newton, Williamsburg, Gamlin, Richardson, and now Paul Rubens are the brands that we tend to employ. And these will be by this time tomorrow, these will be mostly dry. They won't necessarily be like bone dry, completely dry, but they'll be mostly dry. Mostly because we are applying very little paint. See what we just did there? We put some paint on there. We took this and we basically pushed that paint around / removed it. That is why these do not take days or weeks or anything like that to dry. Now, if we were to do this entirely in, say, cadmium colors or slow drying paint, well, guess what? It would take longer. But we are doing these guys mostly again and now. See, we're just going to chuck that on there. Hashtag no layers. We're just going to take that and we're just going to push that paint around. That is why we don't have longer drying times, because we do not have layer upon layer of paint. That's that's an acrylic approach, doing the layering thing. That's fine. But when it comes to the oils, yeah, we will eschew the layers and go, as we call it, the old plop and push, right, Valfera? And again, we've got our source lighting over on this side. That's where we're using our fluorescent oil paints. I mean, there's fluorescent acrylics too. You could golden acrylics make some pretty nice fluorescent acrylic colors. Vallejo, those are okay. They're much thicker. I think in the end, once we started getting the golden acrylic ones, we kind of just stuck with those. I think Green Stuff World, I think they have fluorescent paint. It's more and more companies started making fluorescent paint after, we were doing our fluorescent oils. Gee whiz. You'd almost think like they noticed. Right, surface tension? So surface tension, it was suggested that maybe, when you're doing some of your walks out there in the Welshlandic countryside, you should take as many pictures as possible of some of the sheep that are grazing and doing that kind of, what would you say, idyllic landscape kind of thing. Because with those pictures, surface tension, if you go into GPT, you could turn those into a bas relief. And I do not take the blame for that one. The blame for that entirely lies on Landrast. That was Landrast's fault, not mine. So surface tension, I did do the Dark Queen Schmeladriel version of this. There's actually two. So I think I sent you one surface tension. I'll try to get you both. Actually, I would just go with the first one. It's just it kind of didn't do the text that I wanted. I wasn't supposed to do any text, actually, but whatever. I mean, I'll take it. Oh, and Recoil, I'm glad that you like that song. Um, Again, we're trying to strike a balance of about 4 different things. And now that I've done enough songs, GPT kind of has a sense of what I'm looking for. Now, it still took 4 iterations. Yeah, so that was entirely Landrast right there, surface tension. That was not me. Yeah, I'm gonna get me a little bit more of that light over there. And of course, surface tension, why don't you share some fabulous oil painted miniatures in the chat? Why don't you do that? I almost forgot to ask. There we go. So that is not just lighter on that side, it is a cooler color. And we will demonstrate with one of these, with a film noir. Okay? This side right now, because we have all the sharp things going on there, it almost looks more detailed than this side. And it almost looks lighter than that side. Yet, because look at how, can we see it? I think this might be able to see both sides there. Yeah, there you go. Saturated warm colors, desaturated cool colors on the other side. So yeah, that was an unfortunate thing that just had to happen, right? Surface tension. There was technically no way to avoid that. Ah, there's some of our... Let's bring in the Prussians here. Let's bring in the Prussians for some of the armor stuff. Possibly that sword blade and... Nope, not that side. This side. That's going to need some bluish gray because guess what? I'm not pointed down towards the fiery stuff. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Got some nifty oil painted miniatures there. Can see what I mean about hashtag no layers. That was significantly later than what was there. We're not doing the layer thing, that's for sure. Hashtag no layers. Now again, the casualty here, this one is from Papal 3D. The Warg and the Warg Rider, those are from Diwali Games. Both are on My Mini Factory. So these are both, are they both Patreons or is one a tribe? I think Papal 3D is, I think that's actually a tribe. I don't really know what the heck the difference is between them. All I ask, are they STL files? Yes. Are they Lord of the Rings files that I need? Yes. And that's as far as it goes. Ooh, there's I believe them's are shots fired. That's an ICBM right there. Surface tension. Yep, surface tension just launched a pun war right there. Because surface tension says that well, making a joke like that means that he should be called Lambdrast. I think them's are fighting words, which requires a response, which will then, of course, require another response. The comedy version of mutual assured destruction. And try and get me some of this on the shoulders there. Well, we'll wait on some of the lightest stuff there. Let me see what we're doing. Let's do this. Let's take that Perling Crimson and Van Dyke Brown. We'll mix those together. That we have done before. Perling Crimson and the Umber as like a glazy thing. That was a new thing. So some of that dark in there. And again, everybody please give those follows. Give those follows. We gotta give them to Faye, Story, and 46 and 2, right? M. Tellers, how you doing? Oh, well, thank you so much, M. Tellers. That's 57 months worth. As we now enter hour number 2, I believe. Yes. Starting to enter hour number 2. Now, M. Tellers, if you wanted to share some stuffs in the chat there, and if you got any events going on at Game Castle or whatever, please go ahead and let the folks know. I'm telling you, it's been an up tempo several weeks for sure here. Lots, I mean, just tons of new stuff to learn. I mean, literally every day it seems like there is some new thing to learn, new discovery or whatever. I mean, literally along the line of, wow, I didn't know we could do that. Okay, that's a new thing. Didn't know we could do that either, right? Surface tension. Much appreciated their surface tension. Yeah, those little bit of darks made a difference. Again, that's Pearline, Crimson, all Series 6 of it, comboed up with the Williamsburg. So that's a Williamsburg combo. Yep, that is a Williamsburg combo platter right there. Charred animal bones and fabulous Pearline Crimson. Seriously, that's what's in. Ah, there you go. Amorphous carbon produced by charring animal bones. Speaking of sheep right there. So everybody check out the Instagram link of the M. Toys Las Vegas Open Adventures there. Let's do this. A little bit of, again, some of the dark in there. Let's separate some of those fingers. Maybe a little darker shadow under there too. Now the other thing I was kind of hoping to do, take all the stuff out of here. Ah, that's fantastic. They're M-Tellies. Now, yeah, unlike the first Adepticon, I'm supposed to be doing an oil painting class. And speaking of Eldritch Foundry, well, I'll be using one of my Eldritch Foundry sculpts for that class. Because, well, you're gonna be getting a little USB drive with the file on there, with the video. You'll also hopefully be able to fit the STL file on there. So yeah, I don't think there's too many classes. You know, you get maybe a figure or a bust or whatever. You don't necessarily get the file of it. So yes, as part of that oil painting class at Adepticon, you will get the paint, the bust. I was thinking about doing a flat actually for a moment there. You'll be getting those things. That actually is going to be coming in a little 3D printed case. And the idea is that that'll make it a lot easier for you to carry it home. I thought if I did a flat, it would be even easier for you to carry it home. And since we're going to be using alkyds, it is very, very possible that the thing that you're doing in that class will be dry enough for you to take it home with you without too much hassle. Surface tension. Oh, what was our joke last night about? Oh, it was the yes, that the far side of the moon. We had our evil paint making colony or something like that over there. And that's when I discovered the ancient Welshlandians and their space their moon base. I mean, where do you think they deploy that the anti-death orb shield from? They're not doing that from the surface there. They're doing that from the moon. Do that here. Of course, that now means that both myself and the ancient Welshlandians have claimed the surface of the moon as our own to do with as we please. Yeah, their base is in the gray part of the moon, right, Camja? Not the gray part, it's on the gray part. Okay, so give a little bit more of our source light in there. Fine, we'll throw a little bit more of that up here on these metals too. And it's covered in that's where all the cadmium gray shade material comes from, right? Surface tension, it's from moon rocks. Nice to see you there, Void Invader. Everybody please give Void Invader Nerd a follow. So Void Invader, if you would like to share some things in chat, like an Insta link, Discord link, whatever, please feel like you can do that. Don't have to rush or anything like that. Just want you to know you want to share some things there. I know you just finished your stream, so you might have to do some post-stream stuff first. We are painting up some Warg riders here. These are 3D printed from Diwali. He's got himself a little playmate right there, so they're gonna have some fun and get up to some hijinks together. And, oh, we got a third one over here too. Let's not forget this guy. 1 hour 47 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. These were just primer. There was no source lighting. There was no nothing. We're painting these with oil paint. Hey there, Sacred Demon. How you doing? Well, we have certainly painted a few Star Wars figures here. Now, this is of the Shatterpoint variety, not... Is it Star Wars Legion? I think that's the other one. Those are probably a little bit smaller in scale than the Star Wars Shatterpoint figs. But yeah, we've done, just a couple of these on stream. Like, I don't know, 30 of them or something. Yeah, we've done one or two Shatterpoint figs on stream. Thanks, Sacred Demon. Last night was a little something different. That's what we painted, and that's actually a flat. You can see a primed version. So there's a Durnhelm right there. So again, that is a flat like this here. So there's a Gandalf one. You can see there's it's really, really, really thin, but man, there's a lot of texture there. There was certainly a lot of texture on that. Now, another recent one that we did was right here. A little Trench Crusade theme on that one. And Monday, Battlestar Galactica. There we go. One of our... that's the 8th Battlestar Galactica ship that we have painted on stream. Geez, actually... Camda, we're going to have to paint one of those in a tutorial video. Again, if you want to share anything there, Void Invader, please go ahead. And actually, Sacred Demon, if you want to share some stuff, why don't you go ahead and do that? Yeah, go ahead and do that. Now, we got to get some other stuff going on to Mr. Orky here. Let's do that. Yeah, okay, fine. A little bit of the Naples yellow, some of the Mars yellow deep. That will go on some of this stuff here. Yeah, object source lighting is, well, it's something that's, we employ that quite a bit. Obviously, Star Wars Shatterpoint figs are kind of perfect for that because, well, they got them glow sticks, but sometimes we do that on our things like Tomb Kings. Again, glowy things makes everything fun. Also makes it take way less time. Because, okay, unlike, say, this guy here, where we have to paint all the colors everywhere, our ones with the source lighting, nearly half of this is just, well, orange. Right? Orange there, not orange there. So instead of having to do all these different colors everywhere, we don't even have to deal with that on the other side at all. So again, everybody, please give Void Invader Nerd a follow. That'd be fantastic. Nope, not there. What do we got going on up here? Yeah, we got these crazy things up here. Almost forgot about those. And we haven't even been working for 2 hours yet. 1 hour, 50 minutes ago. That is when we started. There was no zenithal or anything like that. I just brushed on some dark brown primer. That is the extent of what we did as far as priming goes. And everything else has happened just with the oil paints. Sure, we'll throw some of that over there too. Oh, you know what? Yeah, fine. Let's get some. Here, we'll go into our oxide green. Oxide University there, Camda. Along, what was? Oh yeah, there was Ferris Oxide University. They're arch rivals. Ooh, look at that. We got green and orange right there. Now, I saw a juxtaposition of those two on the same, right there on his hand. So right now, we're just using this as a very tiny filbert brush. And I mean like a microscopic filbert brush right there. Actually, Camda, I want to use the airbrush on some terrain stuff. Little experiment that I want to try is some of the Easterling terrain. I mean, there's a ton of this terrain that needs painting. The Easterling stuff, what's the other stuff? Oh, our terrain for Dark Queen Schmaladriel. Sacred Demon, this is a cuisine channel. Recipes of all kinds are discussed here on a stream-by-stream basis. Yes, this is definitely a cuisine type channel here. It all started with the air fryer, right? Right, Recoil. Talking about air fryer recipes. Oh, actually, yeah, Recoil did another air fryer thing last night. Oh yeah, that's because it's all on the Omni channel. This is the Omni channel. We cover everything here. It's a Lord of the Rings channel, a Song of Ice and Fire channel. It's a Cavalry channel, an Object Source Lighting channel, a non-metallic channel, a true metallic channel. And we cover all things college football later today. And of course, that is covered right here on the Wappelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. So see, look at that. See, I'm sure Recoil right now is probably gathering up some stuff in the air fryer to make some fabulous chow there. Camda's got the bread maker going. There we go. Check out again a foodie Instagram channel there. This is a cuisine channel. All kidding aside, Sacred Demon. Oh, it was the dump cake recipe. Yes, the dump cake recipe. We've explored like 15 different iterations of that. different things that could be added. You know, cinnamon, nutmeg, cardamom, whatever. And also, it's a gardening channel. It is a yes, it's a horticultural gardening channel because well, this summer I planted a garden for the first time in 20 some odd years, and actually I did take some more tomatoes off of the vines. We also had again, we're talking of like heirloom peppers here, purple, green, purple, orange, that sort of thing.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Sacred Demon. Appreciate that. Ah, yeah. So, you gonna eat him? He's like, no, no, dude, he's just messing around. He's like, I don't know. Looks like he's gonna eat him. It's like, no, he just the legs. And you're gonna let me guess. You're gonna tell me it tastes just like chicken. It's like, no, it kind of tastes like people. What is going to happen here on our big Gandalf 6? Good grief. We didn't even mention Pipey. That's 3 of these in a row. Camda, that is 3 in a row. We had 2 of those last night, but again, that was we did mention pipeweed. Here, no pipeweed, still the same result. Man, oh man. Yeah, this is quite the dice prison, right, Camda? So was that the start of the cuisine channel there? Surface tension, the dreaded rum waffles. Yeah, let's put it this way. The short version is make sure that your maple syrup and your rum are stored in 2 different places. Make sure they are not stored next to each other because when you're in a big hurry and you're about to start streaming, you got some delicious waffles sitting there just waiting for syrup, and you grab something that you think is the syrup container, and you say, that's the runniest syrup I've ever seen, and why does it also smell like 200 proof syrup? Yes, that would be the rum waffles. So make sure, for all you young players out there, you gotta make sure that you keep the rum and the syrup as far away from each other as possible. Let me see. Now, actually, ooh, there's been a couple of figures that I've found, 3D printable ones that are very much KDM like. Actually, surface tension. I got to get the all the camo files there because again, I need those. I need those for the Harad stuff. I actually, yeah, I really need those for the Harad army. So, because I would really love to have something like some kind of a merchant train or something like that. Just loads and loads of camels and stuff, taking away the riches of Middle Earth there, back to the Golden King of Abrakan. Gonna throw me a little something on there. So again, you can see we've got these kind of duller colors here, the super intense colors over here on our source lighting side of things. What do we got here? What have we here? I think we can put that. We might try to get a little bit of rust as well on this spear too. I mean, we could do blood effects if we wanted to. That would be the Alkid medium plus Pearling Crimson, which is out on the palette. So yeah, we could do blood effects if we wanted to. Let me see. We need some light down over here. Some green. We got a little bit of that oxide green. Maybe some of the brown in there. I mean, we don't need a ton of it. We just need a little bit of it. Here, we're just going to chuck you on there. Blending brush. Just push that all around. Yeah. Oh, surface tension. Oh, that's right. You weren't here because I mentioned this very early on. I was going to be sending some folks some preliminary links to a Dropbox folder that would have things like the bas reliefs, some of the Eldritch Foundry stuff. So don't be surprised if in the next day or two or whatever you get a little message there saying, "Hey, check out this Dropbox links. Let me know if they work or not." Because I've got a brand new Kathy figure that I will be painting on the 29th. That's going to be a Wednesday. That's a special stream. And that one will have to start earlier because we want Kathy's East Coast friends to be able to participate. So it's going to be an earlier start. Potentially as early as, say, 9:30 or so Central. Maybe even earlier. Possibly 9 Central. Again, it's going to be a super early one. At least that's the plan, unless something goes wrong. Now, so again, the Sacred Demon, thank you so much for joining. Also, of course, thank you so much for that follow. Now, of course, we'll also see if we can't make a flat. We'll see if we can do that. You know what? Grab this thing super quick here. Alright, so we need... I thought so. We need to catch a couple more little glints of orange on there. Grand Oracle, everything is flawless 100% of the time. The other 100% of the time, it's all a mess, right? Right, Grand Oracle? Now, you might say that adds up to more than 100%. But then, as the mob boss of Middle-earth, knows how to get it done. He's like, so you got 200%, huh? Guess what? We'll have a conversation. It'll be right back down to 100%. It's like, dude, I heard you're like one mean mob boss. He's like, ixnay on the mob, eh? We don't use that term here. Let me get this little... Ooh, here, Grand Oracle. Let me get this little bit of source lighting on here, because the Oracle of the Flashlight revealed, right, Grand Oracle, that we shall have some orange over here. Ooh, that's really changing this up. That's changing this big time. So yeah, let me get this little bit of also some of this lighter orange in here too. That is going to, I think it's going to make a significant difference here. So let's do a couple of film noirs. Well, we'll do this one first. Well, now, I think that might just work. First one. Wow. he's flat gray. Well, yes, he's flat, but he's flat gray. Oh, look at this. He's Welsh Landic gray there, surface tension. He has been turned into Welsh Landic gray. Now we'll do this. All of a sudden, oh well, guess what? Now it looks like he's got source lighting on him. Now we're going to try this. Okay, A Tale of Two Doggies. Wham. Now, which one again has the source lighting and which one does not, at least on this particular side? Do they look tremendously different? Maybe they do now. And of course, that is why here in Wampleville we say that contrast is more than just light versus dark. Because, well, it is. Well, Grand Oracle, we did say earlier in the stream that these are hot dogs. So they're just living up to their name. They are hot dogs. Actually, Grand Oracle, in the video, where we're basing these things, there's there's a couple of times I was purposely putting them, like the ones that have their paws like whatever. I was kind of like making it look like their paws were getting a little bit burned, like they were trying to leap away from the fire so their paws didn't get burned. I haven't done a new version of that sticker yet, Camda. Yeah, unfortunately, that's still the one where they really darken down all of the reds. So basically, I'm hoping I can just go just go in there and do that in Photoshop instead of having to try to re-render the image again. Let me get this there. And Camda, I still have to get myself the merch sweatshirt, because well, now it's I don't know if it's in the 30s tonight, but it dropped down into the 30s. I think 2 of the last 3 nights. I believe the warmest it was today was maybe 50 degrees, maybe 51. So again, it's a little bit chillier than it was just a few weeks ago. That is too much yellow. We'll get more orange. So yeah, this is one roasty dog right here. Yeah, that is a toasty puppy right there. Yeah, Camda, that's we had a bunch of those days here. Yeah, they said it was supposed to be just the opposite, and it was supposed to be cooler with more rain. Floods aside, we actually did get less rain, and it was insanely hot almost the entire summer. I think that is one of the reasons why the tomato plants and such did so well. Even now, that cherry tomato plant is now about half a foot over my head. Yeah, that's a tomato plant that was not even planted until like somewhere in mid-June at the very earliest. It was one of the last of the plants to go in, and that thing is gargantuan. Okay, let's get a little bit of the cooler, grayer colors in this for a little bit later there. But we're kind of putting a little texturizing here on the fur. Let me look. Yeah, see, we did that on these. Yep, look at that. So we added the fur texture there. That is not on there. Again, he's got himself a little playmate right there. Nah, yeah, we need a little wood grain there. Let's do a little bit of wood grain on this. Oh, and gee, but now we're at hour number 2. We just crossed into hour number 2, which means that we've got these 3 doggies here. Let's see, so 180 minutes. No, not even. Not just 120 minutes there. So we've spent essentially about 40-ish minutes on each one to get them to this point here. Let me lighten up some more of our warg here. Just gonna grab this. It's probably one of the lightest non-source light colors we've used so far. Yeah, surface tension. Normally they say it's not the dog, it's the owner, but this might be a different, little different story, right? Surface tension. I have a feeling that maybe it's the doggy here. And again, maybe maybe we do some blood effects or something like that. I don't think we did that with the other ones. Now with the that's the other reason I wanted to do these, right? Because we sculpted the flame effects in the basing episode, but in episode 5, when everything is basically dry, we have to make sure that any area where we would like to put blood effects is dry, because I want to try the dirty down stuff again, right? With the blood drips and everything. We did those. Oh, what was it? Those not conquest. What's the name of that? War Crow. Yes, the War Crow. Ironically enough, Warg Riders. Yes, the War Crow Warg Riders. We did blood effects on those with the dirty down. And that was pretty wild. We also that's right. That's where we discovered the new way to make icicles. Yeah. So you might be seeing a combo platter episode of Airbrush Workshop and Terrain Workshop, where we take the airbrush and we do some stuff again on the Easterling terrain and the oh gosh, actually Harad terrain also. It's gonna be an all terrain. We need to do like 3 different terrain types, and I'm gonna see what I can do with the airbrush. Mostly because the green stuff world dipping inks have proven to be very interesting, and then I got all of this. I got tons of this acrylic paint, and we have a lot of the was it the lethal shadows and some of the Badger uh, airbrush paint thinner, flow improver. It kind of goes by different names. But I want to see if I can get some serious detail on terrain stuff. We might even be doing some masking. So it's hopefully going to be more than just me like spritzing a little bit of airbrush stuff on terrain. I was hoping it could be more of a detailed type of thing. Do this here. So enjoy the one-to-one terrain, and of course surface tension again. Don't forget to get the pictures of all of the flora and fauna so that you can do a bas relief of that. Don't forget. Landress will be very disappointed otherwise. I'm thinking that we can still go darker here. I know you could still do this here. Let me get, a little bit of the Prussian blue on that. Come on. And then we will come back in here with some darks. I think that is something that is missing here is some really hefty darks. Now, the reason I'm doing these lights here first is that it's always easier to get that, whether it's acrylics or oils, that's all kind of paint things. The lighter colors, the opaques, tend to be thicker, and then your darker colors, those tend to be thinner and actually easier to make, well, thinner lines. That don't go there. Let's get rid of that. Like that. See it a bit there, surface tension. See in a bit. Now, indigo, Mars, black. We'll combo those up here. Let's start. Boy, it came to this. Remembering to put a little drop of thinner on all of our different alkyds here. I mean, it's not a surprise that it makes a difference. It's just when you actually remember to do it, it's kind of nice because there's way less work to like breaking down some of this stuff than there otherwise would be. Yeah, that is a quantifiable difference there. You can see that right away. Get this dark right along there. So hopefully nobody was impacted by whatever whatever that technical difficulties at Alaska Airlines was. Hopefully nobody had to do any flying. Hopefully nobody has to do any flying. I don't know. Again, I think there might have been a ripple effect because I was hearing planes coming out of Midway Airport at a time when I don't normally hear planes coming out of Midway Airport. That tells me that some kind of plane schedules got verschmizzled there. Something went astray. Darken that up. Some dark there. I might even here. Let me see if we can get a teensy bit of a orange on that side. Because it sneaks down here. I mean, it's metal. That's why we like to have the, some kind of light refracting off of the metal just to, it's shinier, glintier. It catches that little bit of firelight even from a distance. Now, what I think I'm going to do is I might go refresh our medicine super quick. Yep, I refresh that medicine super quick. We will be right back. Don't go anywheres. Make that a little bit lighter there too. All right. So again, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. As promised, we have returned. Let me go back to this guy. Yeah, we'll start doing a little bit more on his stuff that he's wearing. There's my brush. I think. Yep, that's the one. Mars, yellow Jeep. For some stuff here, let's get maybe these. Maybe the quiver here. We already did those. Lighter, you know what the heck, I'm gonna go with this. Some of our lighter green there maybe on this fur. Come on. There we go. There we go. Might still get a little lighter than this for some parts of the fur. Not too much lighter. Actually, that. Let's use the Oracle of the Flashlight. Ooh, actually some orange got to go under here. Alright. Okay, we can do that. We got orange sitting right over here. Man, actually putting that little bit of thinner on the floral orange and stuff here. This is not really turned gummy at all. Not really at all. Now, speaking of gummy, remember, there's like 5 of these that I've got ready to go. Well, at least I think I do. Yeah, there's a little teensy bit of that goes there. Also here on the underside of his arm. And maybe even a little bit there. We're using this as like a micro filbert brush here. Let me get this here. Now we're going to use that other brush. I mean, it's easier to get this. Got to get all that greenish gray out of there, though. Get some of that Windsor yellow activated into this. Gives it a little bit of opacity, too. Come on. Gotta get a little of that reflected on the armor. Just a teensy bit. And maybe some on his legs here, yeah. Showing off, and maybe a little bit on his fur there. Yeah, that is a hot dog right there. That is a toasty hound. Can't all be just flat whatever there, so we're trying to get a little light something here. But it also has that cool, you can see how much cooler that color is. It is also, I mean, it is as grayed down a color as you're going to find too. It's not quite Welsh Landic gray, but it's sort of there. Ah, we need some light down here. Now, Grand Oracle, I hope that you'll be able to maybe do a little bit of painting stuff there. I know it's been a bit unusual the last several weeks, and that's made it a little bit difficult to keep the painting stuff going. Well, Grand Oracle, I'm going to be painting in the color test episode, or the color test figure episode, 2 Wargs, one with the source lighting and one without. And I got to figure out, Grand Oracle, some way of not necessarily exactly keeping track of the time spent painting, but in some ways I'm almost going to try to use that as a maybe not totally definitive proof, but something that kind of maybe demonstrates how the source lighting saves time. So basically, again, it would be the difference between painting one of these and one of these. And we'll see, is there really a difference? It's that time. It is that time. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Yeah, my niece. It's been all volleyball the last 2 weekends, I think, for my niece up there in Alaska. And there is more going on tomorrow. Now, of course, what else is going on tomorrow? The thing everybody's craving, more college football, and holy smokes, it is going to be. That's going to be a barn burner because pretty much almost every game means something. Oh, and that's right, the Tuesday. Yeah, this coming Tuesday, the first playoff rankings are coming out, which makes it even more important. Well, I'm not going to jinx it there, Grand Oracle. I don't want to jinx it on you. Because I want you to be able to get your painting in there. Where is maybe some of this? This is some of the. Oh, I think it's not the olive green. Is it from Paul Rubens? I'll have to look. I don't think it's the olive green. I think it's actually their raw umber. Maybe. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Nice to see you there, Pascal. So, Pascal, I don't know if you might have seen this, our stream last night. That was super fun. That's the first of the Lord of the Rings flats, and believe it or not, I mean, it was the detail that it got. It actually got the reflection of the sleeve on here. This was actually marble. I didn't even realize that was marble, and they even had the reflection of the leaves and the marble on the underside of that. So yeah, Pascal, it's the first of our Lord of the Rings flats. Here's a Durnhelm that we'll be doing. So there's an Eowyn, and then of course here's the rest of our Lord of the Rings tarot cards. Boom. Look at that. And there's more on the way. Actually, I have another one that's sitting on the printer downstairs. Nice to see you there, Doji. So Pascal and Doji, why don't you guys share some of your fabulous painted stuff in the chat? Everybody please check out the link that Doji's going to post, because Doji also does the oil paints. And obviously Pascal does some really fabulous stuff. Oh yeah, that's SMC, right, Pascal? That just happened. So actually, Pascal, were you going to be doing any streaming this weekend? Come to think of it. Sorry, I meant to ask you sooner. The brain is not really working. It's there's been too much braining going on, right, Camja? It is shutting down. That's fantastic. If there's again anything you want to share from SMC, please go ahead and do that. More of this lighter green here on his face there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Pascal just posted. Well, congratulations there, Pascal. Actually, speaking of, well, near flats, right, Pascal? Yeah, those must have done well there. Yeah, I mean, gee whiz, I'm like, wait a minute, flats. Yes, yes, indeed. So congratulations there, Pascal. Everybody check out that Discord link that Doji just posted again. Some super fabulous oil painted miniatures to check out there. Want to go ahead and do that. So Pascal, I actually have a Dark Queen Galadriel now, flat. That's kind of the companion piece to that other one. Now, technically, I actually have two Dark Queen Galadriel designs as companions to that other one. So again, everybody check out the Discord link that Doji shared, and check out the Instagram link that Pascal just shared. Give Pascal a follow. But again, congratulations there, Pascal. That's fantastic. Ooh, yeah. How's about we get some of the fletching on these? Hadn't even touched the fletching on these arrows yet. It's like, let's do that. Gee whiz. That's not going to make much sense if we don't. Chuck in a little bit more of that here. And we're doing this here. You know what? That should still have some red on it. Well, let's consult the oracle with the flashlight again. We need to maybe, yeah, I need to get me some more of that orangey red up in here. Alright, we can do that. Fine. We got it sitting right over here. We got, I think, oh yeah, we got on like the chest plate and stuff. I think we'll put some more of it down here. Some of our reddish orange there. More of that. Yeah, let me see if we can sneak in just a teensy bit of that here, more for the fur texture. Let's do that up here. So Doji, hopefully you had a fabulous bakery run. Ooh, hey Doji. Now speaking of bakery runs, lo and behold, there were blueberries to be found at the grocery store. So we're gonna try and make those blueberry muffins. I mean, the mix is sitting there. I either use it or it gets tossed in the garbage. So since there actually were blueberries at the store, I'm like, let's do this thing. So yeah, the bakery run might be happening after the stream. So yeah, we could be cooking those things like 5, 6 something in the morning there. Work in some of this now here. Well, it's bakery runs all around. This is most definitely the cuisine channel. It's the cuisine network, right, Doji? It's got to live up to its name. So that sounds very delish. That sounds very delish. Hey there, Mijar. How you doing? Great to see you there, Mijar. So here, I don't even know if you got a chance to see how this turned out. But that was the conclusion there, Mijar, of our very first Lord of the Rings flat. So Majar, I hope that your Friday was at least mellow, at least mellow, and hopefully you'll have some fun here, Saturday, Sunday ish and stuff. Ah, thanks, Majar. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And Majar, remember we were talking about having a companion Dark Queen Schmeladriel to go along with it. Actually, I made two designs. Yeah, we have not one but two Dark Queen Schmeladriel designs. I'll try to make those into flats as well. And we'll do this, yeah, here. Might have to coin with, yeah, let's do that. Let's get some of this, oh yeah, Doji, we did a new little combo we did, I think it was, oh yeah, Umber. Yes, it was Burnt Umber and Pearling Crimson. That really made a fabulous, really rich, dark, but semi-translucent color. I mean, it was really an intense dark. Really liked it. So yeah, Mijar, the experiment with the flats continues. Well, just mass amounts of experiments here for about the last month. Actually, Mijar, I wasn't sure if you'd seen well, kind of the first of the Army Showcase videos with the Denethor and the Fountain Court Guard there. Yeah, they had Doji. Now it's only the Umber that I was using was just like the Windsor Newton Alkyd version, so I can only imagine, like a like what a Williamsburg or a Schminke Umber mixed with the Pearling Crimson would be like. Man, that would be, I'm sure, very 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 intense. Yes, we got ourselves some hot dogs. Look at this. Oh, here we go. There's another hot dog right there. 2.5 hours ago, these had no paint on them. They were just dark brown primer. That is it. There was nary a single brush stroke of color on them aside from the dark brown primer. There was no zenithal. There was none of that kind of stuff. Don't need no zenithal with the oil paints. Again, here there is no fur texture sculpted in. We are basically painting in some texture there. And again, what I'm hoping to do with the two, there's been a few times we've done multiple color test figures. I know we did that with the Hobbitses. I think we might have done that. Oh yeah, we did it with the Skaven series too, I think. But I want to see if maybe there's a way to show there, the object source lighting does take less time to paint than stuff without it. Gonna get some of the dark over on this side now. Yeah, here, let's do some of that on these wrappings. Some of that here. More of those wrappings, like so. to the other one here. Yeah, here, let's do some dark on his boot there. Maybe here we'll try to get some eyes on him. I'm not sure that's going to work out, but we'll give it a try. Let's do this. Let's do this. See what happens. So we'll have to come back in with our darker stuff there and take some of that away, of course. Ah, boy, it's kind of fun to be able to actually utilize that, that translucency of the quinacridone, right, Doshi, instead of kind of almost having to compensate for it. So that must have been super fun. I'm going to try to get a little bit more of the light down there. We got, what have we got going on this here? Yep, and then a little bit of the teensy bit of reflected light on the underside of the face. We got probably more fur over there too. And again, all I gotta do is just drag this brush here over the surface of this, and it's all the color changes. It's all mixing. That's what the oils do. Or you could do that laboriously, one layer at a time with the acrylics. I mean, your choice. I know what my choice is. Orange, some of that. Now let me get some of the Windsor yellow with a tracer of the Indian yellow. Maybe here, let me break this down some more. Not too much though. You don't need a pinline wash of this. Then we're going to come back with our darker stuffs. Another eye there, another eye there, and we haven't forgotten this dude. Haven't forgotten him. Throw some of this onto this archer over here. Again, he does not have any source light on him. However, that mixes on there. I'm just letting it mix here. We'll take our blending brush to it to almost kind of turn it a little like a nurgly green or something like that here. Hit that too. You know what? Okay, let me Terraros, a bit of orange maybe. There's no source lighting on this, so we can kind of do the orangey warg here. And there we go. And again, that is going to mix with all of that darker stuff that's already there. And again, this is from our latest Patreon video. Army Painting Series 48 is underway. This is nowhere near as light as what it's going to be. Okay. Yeah, we'll walk that back over here too. And that's got some oranginess to it. Don't have to worry about, kind of the cooler, more subdued colors on one side and the more intense orangey colors. This could be all intense if we wanted, or all more muted colors, whatever. Doing more, again, letting that kind of blend together. Just let it do its thing. That's what the oils are all about. Saving you a whole bunch of time. Ask not what you can do for your oils, but what your oils can do for you. Believe that's how that famous quote went. I think everybody else has it wrong. Put that lighter stuff there. So over here. Separate this out. Maybe a little more of the Mars yellow deep here. And that is our point. We'll have to kind of step away from this because we need to let that paint have a chance to set. And go maybe back to our casualty base there and do some more stuff on Fred, who's just kind of laying there. Come on. More of that light orangey, reddish orange brown. Some Terrosa, some Mars yellow deep, or it could just be Mars orange / Mars red and Mars yellow deep. Of course, we could Mars black on the face, the whole line of Mars colors, right? Landrast. Well, and of course, since we are all Pigment Red 101, there's Mars blue, there's Mars violet, there's Mars green, Mars orange, Mars black, Mars white, Mars green, Mars fuchsia, Mars periwinkle. All colors are all just from Mars. And again, all gray comes from the moon, of course. Or at least that's what we've now learned from the ancient Welshlandians. Doing this here. And then you gotta go off to the side. Oh, no, that's not the one with the can. This is the one with casualty here. You know what? There's some more areas that actually need to get a little glint of the firelight on them, like this right over here, because it's such a raised surface there. Yeah, that's being all tough there, right? Surface tension. Yes, indeed, chasing away those fearsome squirrels and butterflies. You never know what kind of business they might be getting up to, right? Surface tension. It would most certainly be something nefarious. Come on, break that down. So see you later there, Doji. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Do some of that up in here. Oh yeah, this needs to get a little later because the fire goes all the way back here. So little bit of light here on his feet. Let me go back to my reference there. that. Yeah, let me do this stuff. A little more light, a little bit more light carved in there. Well, you know they're probably trying to steal your nuts, of course, surface tension. So that probably counts as nefarious activities there. Let me get to the a little bit of this yellow here on some of the metal bits. Same here. We'll get more of that glinty orangey yellow there because of our firelight. Catching a little bit more of that yellow on that helmet there. Ooh, you know what? This should probably be lighter too. Might even get some of that down here on our landscape, I guess. That was around the edges of this here, because that was bulletin board cork. We used to raise it up enough so that we could have the boards kind of hang over, and that gave us enough room to actually put our casualties on these bases. And again, it's one of our army painting series on the Patreon page. Just started up a brand new series. This too, still haven't brought out, say, the fast mat weight yet. Now on this side, let me see if I can grab this and a little, well, okay, it's supposed to be a little bit of the Prussian blue, not quite that much. So we'll let you break down over here then. Drop in a little bit again of the lighter blue there, and then possibly a little bit of source lighting there. Also here. Yeah, we'll leave, oh, here on the belt buckle, we gotta get some on there. A little extra light on the helmet there. Now, let me do the darker stuff for the Wargs eyes here. Around the eye. And then we want the eye looking down. So see that's really going to help enhance. That's one of the things we're going to be emphasizing on the tutorial videos, is where the Warg's eyes are looking. There you go. I mean, it's looking very much down at this guy. And he's looking very much like a snack there. So we just got the 3 today recoil. We got the 2 guys with the glowy stuff, and then the 1 without. I believe I prepped 16 of these all together, so I needed pretty much at least 11 of them for the series, maybe 12. So let's say I keep 12 for the series. That means, well, I still have 1 more. essentially the ones that there was a couple that are pretty darn similar. Like this pose here, there was 3 or 4 of him. I took kind of the two that were the most alike, and just okay, one of them we're painting here, the other one will be in the video, because I didn't want two almost identical things in the video. Yeah, this kind of has one of each. Like there's flamey stuff with no casualty, flamey stuff with the sleepy guy, and then here there's no flames, no casualty. And again, I am still very much convinced that we'll get to see firsthand. All right, does it take less time having the object source lighting? Now, of course, too, if it's just there's only a little tiny bit of it, well, then that's not really going to save much time. But some of these, I did try to arrange the flamey things, which again, the highly technical thing for object source lighting is flamey things. I tried to strategically put those in areas where maybe we don't have quite as much light being projected onto the figures, and other ones where it's, man, well over half of the figures on the base are illuminated by some kind of flames. So now on this guy here, we're starting again that cooler gray color there. So we go. Actually, hopefully Valheim worked out very well yesterday, and you were able to make good progress with not as much dying and having to go back and get all your stuff. Where's the... Ah, that's where we were. Man, that is much darker than I thought it was. Wow. That is barely a mid-range gray. Here I was thinking that was almost like a semi-light gray there. Gee whiz. You might in November. Well, there might be some Signum figures that I paint in November, and I also was hoping to do some terrain. We'll see, like okay, some parts of the Isengard Tower. We wouldn't be painting the whole tower. We're literally just going to be doing it floor by floor, and depending on what it's like in the interior, I thought, well, gee whiz, maybe we could even be painting, object source lighting in there, like we did with our hobbit holes. And then, of course, let's see if we can paint something like this, right? That obsidian flooring with the patterns in there. No idea. We'll have to find out. Let me do this. Boom. Oh, that's right. The cricket is underway there, right? Recoil. Come on. Let's push that down there. Hopefully that's not going to be too... And let me take some of that away. Maybe a little bit later here on the muzzle and then the nose. I will use the blending brush there. Let me hit this now. Up here on the nose. teeth, chompers. Kind of more of like a yellowish tan. Chompers. The other eye didn't really translate this. Let's do that again. Now it did. Bingo. He's got quite the expression on him now, doesn't he? Oh my, Miami versus Stanford. Again, another one of those fierce regional rivalries. Again, that's pretty much that's like Melbourne and no, that's like Hobart and Darwin. Yeah, having a close regional rivalry. It's that level of stupid there. That is just crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the umber here, and then with the let's try that for up here on the well, cloak, whatever that is. Maybe a little bit less of the green there too. Speaking of green, start throwing in some darker greens in there. Back to our bluish grays because he's got himself a little armor plate there. No. This. Some of it Indian yellow, and now some of that. What does that create for us? Got another semi-neutral. It's starting to creep over a little bit towards a dingy greenish tone. Ooh, over here maybe. Let's try this on some of these straps because we got that reddish brown wolf. They're just going to appear as gray, but they're actually green. I really can't imagine that Oregon's going to lose tomorrow, so I don't think that'll happen. But boy, that Missouri Vanderbilt game, that's going to be something else. Oh, geez. I meant to ask Ryan earlier on who Iowa State's got to play. They're playing BYU. That could be tough for them, especially if they're playing in Provost. Come on, there we are. A little more of it up that a ways, yep. More of that over here. Again, that's got kind of a greenish tinge to it. Now Rico is Duff trying to do some extra streams, I think, because like you're saying, he's trying to get things back in gear and between LVO and stuff. And again, hopefully that wasn't too. I mean, it was not going to be ideal. Hopefully it wasn't quite as unfortunate as he kind of thought it might play out to be. Blending brushing. I'm just going to blend some of that out of there. That actually worked out pretty well. Not too shabby there. some of that into the saddle, for lack of a better term. Now let's maybe take some of that. Gotta start breaking that down. It's still too thick right there. Let's see, Illinois. Well, I mean, they could win that game. I don't think it's really going to help them very much. Oh, yeah, the Syracuse Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech ranked number 7. That is just wild. That's got to be an earlier game. Yeah, that's an 11 a.m. game there. You know what? We'll try to get some of this. It's too late. We went it later. Not quite that late. Oh, look at that. We could just basically erase it away. See, we just throw some there. We take this, and now it just kind of tones that down by default. Even here, we can just get that to kind of mix and blend some of this stuff together here. Same thing with these crazy little wrappings up there on his arm. Back to that bluish gray. This fur slash pelt here, we'll do some of that. So again, no source lighting to really worry about here. And of course, I'm not going to do a ton of painting on that rock. Why? Because we're going to be putting foliage on there. The foliage would be way better than any painting on the rock that I can do. I mean, there'll be some very basic lighter stuff on there, but other than that, that's about it. I might even, if I want it to be muddy, I could hit that with weathering powders mixed with, actually, if you wanted super fresh mud that has a little bit of glisteniness to it, you can actually still use the alkyd medium for that too. Just realize that. Work some of that in there now. Some of that lighter gray on his face, we can set him aside. Let's do some more stuff on the rider here at least, I think. Yeah, let's go to the radiant green, mix some of this lighter color in there. Just do some of this on the archer's hands, maybe. A little bit of lighter stuff up here on that fur or whatever. Maybe some of that over here. I guess we're going to make this belt lighter. Let me get back to my reference real quick here. There. Now I gotta break this down some more. Ooh, okay. We'll get a little more light on that port. I think we'll get a little bit more of that on his nose and on the muzzle. A little bit lighter there. I can even use a smaller. I mean, this is like a micro blending brush there, because it's just one of our liner brushes that is no longer in frontline service because it's just been kind of used a bunch. So it's a little too beat up for frontline service. Let's see if I can't try to hit a... There we go. A couple little chompers on him. Couple little extra chompers there. Back to this now. Yeah, we'll make you a little... Not so much over here because we actually do have some of the firelight reflected onto that. Now, ultimately, the flats, all the stuff that we paint on the Twitch channel, that all ends up over here, again, on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads here. The only thing that is on here is past sessions. That's why, like the Army Showcase vids, those are going on my regular YouTube channel along with all the Patreon vids and stuff. Because all this is for, again, is for these episodes. Don't want people to get confused because, I mean, a lot of the same playlists that I would use as we get this kind of reddish brown in here on the main channel, I'm using on the Linseed Fellowship, and just be way too confusing if there was other stuff on there besides just Twitch videos. So very, very quickly there again. Let's just see it in a little bit of reddish brown. It now stands out from all that bluish gray. Come on. There's a buckle here. The cavalry figs, these are from Diwali Games. I have no idea which release these are. Actually, these have been around a while. I mean, like at least a couple of years. I think these are, again, not the by any means the latest release. I think one of the stuff in the latest release for Diwali would be the I think some casualties, some Dol Amroth casualties. Oh, that's right. Speaking of Dol Amroth, I'll probably... Ooh, that's going to be... Series 49 will be the Dol Amroth Cavalry because freehand. Because the last Dol Amroth series was in acrylics. Now, I'm going to get this out here. So yeah, the last Dol Amroth series, was that Series 9 or something like that? We gotta scroll back a long way to find that, I think. But there was tons of freehand, and I want to do some this pattern, but also even more dramatic. So here, oh, that was Series 18. Okay, now this was all acrylic. I've got obviously updated figures. These were all Games Workshop Forge World figures here, and we'll do all the same basing. We're gonna do a lot of the same patterns, but that's all going to happen in oils, and we're also going to try some new patterns as well. So that's going to be Series 49. Yes, I know that means 2 Lord of the Rings series in a row, but well, A, it has to be done, and B, I was printing out all those figures for it. I was going to do like I said, I was going to do the football thing next. That would have been Series 49, and then Dol Amroth would have been Series 50, but it's like, no, I kind of want my own sculpts to be the subject for Series 50. There's just something poetic about that. Hey, Bush to Pyro, how the heck are you doing? Great to see you there, Pyro. Hope that you're doing well. Of course, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So, Pyro, speaking of Lord of the Rings, look at this. Last night was also Lord of the Rings. It's a little flatter than this. but that was the very first of our Lord of the Rings themed flats. I never even got a chance to send the picture of that around to anybody today, Recoil. I meant to do that, never got a chance. Again, today was a crazy day. Well, yesterday was too. Just too many things to do all at once. I'll send you some of the other stuff I was working on for the 29th Recoil. Yeah, obviously I sent you the song there, but I was able to actually create some interesting pictures of ugly dolls that I think will be able to do some really fun animations. So yeah, Bush to Pyro. Now, do I have one of my Dol Amroth guys over here? Or maybe they're in here. No, no, they're all in their case where they're supposed to be. So yeah, Bush to Pyro. I want to get into the how to do those same freehand patterns, but I also because when we did that first series, there was none of the none of the image generation stuff like we do now. So I want to show folks how to potentially use that image generation software to create references for themselves. And that would be freehand on the bases. So the bases will be actually relatively simple as far as their construction goes. It's going to be I don't know. Yeah, because this was, I think, Series 12, the Cypher Lords. So the basing is going to be done more like this. Basically just a piece of Sculpey on the base there. That is way too much. We're going to take some of that away. Like you do there. Get this now. A little later. Don't want that too light on the edge of that cloak up there. Yeah, that'll be Army Painting Series 49, and ironically enough, I think we'll be using, I think it's Dol Amroth from Diwali. It could be also from Papal 3D. Oh, no, Navarrete Studio, that's it. I think Navarrete Studios maybe, and I'm pretty sure I've got Dol Amroth stuff from at least 3 different sculptors now. Wow, recoil. I gotta do a Prince Imrahil bas relief. Well, I gotta do a Dol Amroth bas relief and a Prince Imrahil. I just realized that. Alright, let me get this out here, this white, and then we can also perhaps maybe like get our super light fire stuff in here too, as in like massively light. There's some of our white. Get a little thinner in there just so that it starts breaking down, minus that piece of fuzz. So again, Series 48, it was the basing episode for these. I based something like 17 of them, and I'm not going to be doing 17 in the series, so I thought, well, I'll just take the extra ones here, paint them up on stream, and this way we have some painted examples to work from as reference images for episode 2. Episode 2, not so much a pure color test type episode where we're trying to work out what the colors are really like. It's as much an experiment to see, does object source lighting really take less time. So it's the first ever purpose-built direct comparison, source lighting to no source lighting, does the source lit stuff take less time to paint? Or at least kind of generally take less time to paint? Bush to Pyro, I was really grateful to Ryan for making that, because now, unfortunately, it doesn't, since Twitch took away all the highlights, it used to search those too, right? Right, Bush to Pyro? Now, again, those are gone. Ryan said that he would try and get the new YouTube channel hooked up to that. But yeah, unfortunately, yeah, when they took away the Twitch highlights, it also took away all the stuff that you could have found very easily with that search engine. It was easier to find stuff on Twitch with that than it was on Twitch itself, which is hilarious. And of course, Bush to Pyro, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Actually, well, Bush to Pyro, that's just for the Patreon folks right there. Yeah, that's just for the Patreon folks. So you don't wanna be spelling that in the chat. Yeah, that's only for you guys, because that will bring up all the Patreon videos too. Let me get a little bit. No, we'll leave that. Oh, here we gotta get some of this light over here. There we go. Down into that. I wanted. No, we can make this. I mean, it is metal. It should have some kind of a glint to it, like that. There we go. Yeah, see, it's glinty fresh now. Let me see if I can't light up that little bit of metal right there. Hard to get at the eyes on him. Now here's our non-object source lit guy, and again we're doing one of the non-object source lit guys, and then one that has some source lighting. I guess we need to find, casualty or no casualty. I think it'd have to be like both of them either have to have a casualty or both of them don't, because that would kind of tweak the experiment there. We want to make sure that we have kind of all things being equal, essentially. Our ombre over here, so some burnt umber gonna come through there, gonna be going on some of these other surfaces here, maybe even almost like a little semi-glazy thing there. Bush to Pyro, get this. Guess who cannot use that link? I can't. Yeah, because I'm not actually subbed. So yeah, Bush to, it's funny. It works for you. It doesn't work for me. I just I thought you would get a kick out of that, because obviously, Ryan, he wanted me to try it to see if it worked, and then it's like, well, no, I can't. I'm not subbed to my own Patreon page, so I couldn't actually do it. So I had to actually send the link to other folks that were on the Patreon page, and then they tested it. I thought you'd get a little bit of a chuckle out of that, because I'm like, why is this not? Oh, that's why. Yeah. because I shouldn't be able to see any of that stuff. That is a kind of like a really dirty grayish green right here. Woof. I mean, I can send the link to people by just if I click on it, I don't see a whole bunch. No, Bush to play again. Eventually, he'll get this channel linked up to it as well, and then again, people will be able to have an easier time find it. Well, maybe stuff like this or the flats, etc., etc. Okay. Do that stuff. Thank you so much, Surface Tension, for being here as always. Well, we'll see you on your Sunday. And again, we will be painting. Now again, they're not going to be this big. It's like half the size of this, but we got 5 of those. I got to get them on bases first. And Bush to Pyro. Oh, the other thing too, Bush to Pyro, you'll have to be on the lookout. I'll be sharing Dropbox links with the folks on the Patreon page for, well, like the files for the flats and such. And then, well, for Series 50, you will have to have that Dropbox link, because the only way you'll be able to paint those figures is with that link, because, well, they're the figures that I'm making. And yeah, without that link, you are not going to be able to paint those, print out those figures. So yeah, be on the lookout for that. And again, those will only be for folks on the Army Painter pledge level. Now, some of the other, like the busts and some of the other ones that are, they're not Army painting things, those files will be available. And the flats, that's another thing that'll be available to everybody. But yeah, as far as the Series 50 figures, those will only be available to the Army Painter folks. Let me work in this too. Yep, there we go. Work that in here now. Yep. So that separates now, right? That wasn't really separating much from our the work. Now it does. Indian yellow, some of our green here. It's gonna go on to this. So we got all kinds of crazy colors on this. There is no one color on his cloth here. There's like some orangey yellow, there's some greens, there's some browns, there's all kinds of stuff going on here. Where are we at? Back here again. Alright, we got that now. Pop it up to here. And I think another part of the buckle down there too. And then back to maybe some of this lighter green on the skin tone. Let me see if we can make this work. Fingers first. That thumb. Fingers there. Now let me see what we can do on the face here. Little bit of, not too much light there. We might have to go back and take our blending brush to that. And that would be our micro blending brush there. Yeah, it looks like oh yeah, definitely furnace is on right now because feet are very warm. That was one of the biggest advantages of getting this new desk in here a couple of years ago, is that now I can just stick my feet right by the vent when the heater is going. Because now it is, well, let's see, about an hour ago, it was around 42 degrees outside, so it's very possible that now it's maybe dropped down into the high 30s, maybe 39. Now, will we have a Halloween snow like we did 2 years ago, or will it be like 50-mile-an-hour winds and 48 degrees? Or both. Let me do some of that now. A little bit of this under here, blending brush to smush that around. There you go. Three hours, 32 minutes ago. These had no paint on them. They just had Stynylrez Res, ebony flash primer, just a dark brown. The whole thing, the base, figure, wargs, all of it, just that dark brown. Little by little, or very rapidly, maybe, we were able to get all of our colors in there. Our object source lighting was the very first thing that we did, right? We established that right away. Same with this one over here. That's the first thing we lock down, is the object source lighting. That's where the time savings comes in, because if you lock in the object source lighting first before you do all the ambient light stuff, well, there's probably a bunch of stuff that you might have painted otherwise that you say, I don't need to paint that. Not with all this ambient color, it's just going to be orange. And that's where you save time, because I think a lot of folks, when they're all worried about object source lighting stuff, because they say, well, I don't want to have to paint everything twice and I don't want to screw it up. Well, if you started with the object source lighting, there's nothing to screw up. If anything, if there's too much object source lighting when you're painting your ambient light stuff, you just paint over it. Problem is solved. All solved. Now again, Butch Pyro, if you wanted to share anything in chat, stuff that you've been working on, please go ahead. There we go. A little later on that tail too, I think. Oh, that's right. I wanted that to be more of the gray. So we're going to take our stuff here. We're going to go over that and more of the grayish violet there. Just realize that. So we'll change that on his paw there too. Now I'm going to try dry brushing a little something lighter here, super quick like. There we are. Now it's more of a grayish color. They're not so much of the reddish brown. All right. Okay, just had to make a quick little change over there. Nah, we haven't done any of the lighter orange type stuff on this side. Let's start doing that over here on this shoulder and his ear. Some of that on the back of his head. Some of that on his, well, leg slash arm. More of that up here now. Come on. There we are. A little bit more of that light up there. And now down here. So Hadnerf, we were just talking about the Patreon page. There's that. And, well, of course, if you do the Army Painter Pledge level, that's 2,500 hours worth of videos. And there's probably at least 1,400 hours just on the oils. Now you can also check out the regular YouTube channel, and of course there's that Linseed Fellowship that has obviously these sessions that are all saved. But on the Patreon page, it does take a much deeper dive into, well, the oils, because we do things like this. They're called Color Theory and Oils episodes. And almost every single episode has a chart or multiple color charts like this. And the idea is to compare, like this was probably the most recent Color Theory and Oils, where we were comparing different, like this here, that's one of the Paul Rubens versus the actual Radiant regular gambling color, to see what's stronger. You know, what does the color look any different? You can see here this dioxazine violet is much stronger than this. They're ostensibly the same color, but this is an alkyd, this one is not. And you can see this is stronger, and that's where we get the Color Theory and Oil type thing. Again, you can see we got different phthalo greens. You can see these Van Dyke Browns, two very different ones. That's kind of almost orangey there. That's very neutral. You can see the Terra Rosa, mostly the same. This is a little bit actually stronger than the Terra Rosa was. Yeah, Camda. Now, one thing I will try to get back into the Dark Sword episodes. Towards the latter part of the Dark Sword episodes, one of the things I was doing was I would do the same figure with the same color scheme, one in oils and one in acrylic. And basically, when I was working in the one, I would say, okay, if I was doing this in oils, I would have used this color, and vice versa. If I'm working in acrylics or oils, I would say, well, if I'm doing this in acrylics, I would use this Liquitex ink or something like that. Yeah, so Hadnerf with the Patreon page. You know, if you do the subscription thing there, then just hang on till I can get you the email. So yeah, pay attention to your whatever email is linked to your Patreon thing, because sometimes it gets caught up in people's spam folders. That's the only reason I kind of bring that up. And I usually recommend that people kind of start out with the Color Theory and Oils episodes. If they're looking to do the oils, you know, some of those, miniature painting is not usually the, what would you say, the be-all and end-all, right, Camda, of the Color Theory and Oils? It's the color charts. That really is kind of the centerpiece of those episodes. Because there's many times, Hadnervain, that I get surprised. There's many times where I think, okay, I think this is what's going to happen, especially when it's like a comparison type thing. And I go, well, I didn't expect that to happen. All right, Camden, that happens pretty much every time we do one of those. There's at least one color chart that's just, I don't want to say like shocking or something like that, but there are surprises. And ironically enough, I hated doing color charts in art school. I despised doing those. And now the color charts are actually, I mean, they're not exactly fun, but it's almost a little bit like betting on the ponies. Let's put it that way. There is a little bit of, it's like I think this is what's going to happen, or at least this I think this should happen, and then you look to see, well, are you going to get the results you were expecting, or are you going to get surprised? And yeah, Cam, I think I've got it down packed now to about 8 minutes per cohort chart. Now, of course, if I talk about it and show more comparison stuff, then it gets to be like 10, 11 minutes. So head nerve, that was something that I did early on. Part of it was to like maybe make folks a little more comfortable with the oil painting because the consistency might be more like the acrylic paints. I kind of gave that up years ago, primarily because I don't have time. I mean, I was going through that stuff so fast. I was having to mix new batches of it every week, and there was no time for something like that. Now I still do it because I mean it was only a couple of weeks ago we filmed an episode where I was making, again, this is where I was making my own homemade oil paint. So again, that also helps with the fluorescence. So the paints that are going to be hardest to find are things like interference colors and fluorescence. And we used that bronze color I just showed you. That is right here. We just used that 2 Thursdays ago. That's oil paint. This whole thing is oil paint. But yeah, look at the metals there. Also, the gold was also gold that I mixed myself, and that was in our color theory and oils episode. Because now we've got the Paul Rubens Alkyd version of the fluorescence and stuff, but for the longest time we didn't have that, and Marion Street does basically not ship their floral paints outside the U.S., so nobody was going to be getting those. But now all you need to do is have some linseed oil and some pigment powders, and you can make your own oil paints if need be. It's one of those things where you might have to try it a couple of times before it turns out the way you would like. I mean, it happens to me, and I've now mixed dozens of my own paints, and there's still times where I go, oh, okay, I wish that was a little thinner, or I wish that was maybe a little more of the pigment powder in there. Oh, and this is the other thing too. When you're especially first working with the oils, instead of maybe grabbing a whole bunch of colors and worrying about figuring that out, maybe just take a figure, a Reaper Bones figure, whatever, and just paint it with one light color, one dark color. Not necessarily black and white. It could be Van Dyke brown and a bright yellow. It could be indigo and a light, like radiant green or something. So it doesn't have to be black and white, but just, again, one light color, one dark color, so that you're not struggling with trying to make the perfect red, plus trying to figure out, okay, how does this oil paint stuff work? When we did our watercolor class, it was about a 10-month class. For the first 3 months of the year, we had brown. That was the only color we were allowed to use. Halfway through the year, we only had 3 colors. I believe it wasn't until maybe the 7th month of a 10-month class that we even got to use the full palette. Yeah, if the head nerf, that would be perfect, right? And of course, the nice thing is, you could just say, oh no, I was painting it like film noir. I was painting it like, you could say it was intentionally painted in black and white, or something like that. And people would just say, oh, yeah, that makes sense. It's Skelly's. It looks kind of like film noir. Ah, all right. So, yeah, you could kind of get away with doing that, and it wouldn't even be like you're sacrificing the figures, so to speak. I know somebody that for well, it was called the Fluffy Bunny Tournament, and the whole idea was that your army, the best theme or the best fluff, that was really the biggest scores were for that. And someone did have a film noir army, and even had like some of the figures in the army were kind of named after different horror movie characters. Oh yes, somebody I helped him with his. It was a wood elf army, but it was Dr. Seuss themed. Oh, I sculpted him a Lorax. That's it. Yeah, I sculpted him a Lorax, and he made dryads out of like Q-tips and whatever. And then he had a unit of gummy bears with toothpicks for spears, and I forget what those were. But yeah, the whole theme of it was Dr. Seuss themed wood elves. That was it made quite the sight on the table. We'll put it that way. Oh yeah, and that's right. I think it was maybe the next year or the year after that. He and I did our Civil War dwarves. That was really fun, converting all those figures, making the terrain board or the display board for it. Let me get a little bit of that in here. Also some of this. Maybe make this bowl a little bit lighter here. Blending brush. Now let me do some more of this on this somehow. Never did get the lighter stuff on that part of the bowl. Blending brush here again. And yeah, these 3 hours 47 minutes ago, all of these figures were just primer. And again, no zenithal or anything like that. It was just flat. It was this color right here. The color that you see on that base, that's what all three of these were. Just a matter of not even 4 hours ago. It's the power of the oil paints, right, Camden? That is the power of the oils. I'll take you and some of this maybe. It's almost kind of a bluish gray here. Some kind of leather pouch here, it looks like. Maybe go with some of this violet. There. And as far as the paints go, I mean, there are starter sets. The only starter set out there that has basically genuine regular artist oils in it is the Williamsburg starter set. You could still use something like the Winsor Newton or the Gamlin starter sets, but you're actually cheaper and getting way more of a bargain. Getting the Paul Rubens on Amazon. Yeah, you get that 38 color set, and it can be as low as $63 on Amazon. You're getting tubes that are like 3 times the size. So there's that. You're getting the Alkids, and you're getting a much wider variety of colors, and actually colors that they're still better. I know that the Alkyd paints are not quite as good as, say, the regular artist oils, as far as, like, say, the Williamsburg stuff goes, but it's still better than the student grade, for sure. Now that we got the pads on his feet here, so I'm going with more of a pink. I'm gonna look around and see if there's any other wargs that need this, where it's very visible anyway. Oh yeah, Camden, if you can post the link to the Paul Rubens, that'd be sensational. So I think it's the only one where you can really see the pad. Yeah, it's the only one. All right. Alrighty, we'll make that a little lighter, maybe. No, that's too much chunky junk on there. Let's get rid of some of that. Let's get rid of some of that here. Let me see if I can maybe get a little hint of an eye or just some kind of the stuff on his face here. That's too light. So there's some Amazon linkies there for the Paul Rubens Alkids. And again, those work really well. We're using a bunch of them now. Does that? Oh yeah, that has the. Is that the? What is that? The opera colors. That second link there. Those are the Paul Rubens fluorescent paints, and we are using those. We are using those fluorescents right now to more of these wrappings a little later. Get something on his hand there. Okay, let me do some more of this here. Yeah, there we are. Okay. Wow, that's really cool. So I'm guessing that I don't know when the next Prime Day is, but my next guess, as far as getting the Paul Rubens set cheaper would probably be Black Friday. So that's probably when you want to kind of keep your eyes peeled if you want to get the Paul Rubens set. Well, or sets. And you don't necessarily have to get the big 38 color set either. It's broken down to 18 and 20. So yeah, two separate sets there. Yeah, Head and Vein, definitely no need to rush. No, don't. Well, we say, Camden's like, are you kidding me? Are we really going to be doing this? You don't want to be a hasty hobbit. Yes, that's what happens to hasty hobbits there. Camden's like, what are you? What's going on? I did nothing to deserve the hasty hobbit. Let's do that. A little bit of our dark in that paw. We're almost there. It's just like Magpie stuff, right? Candace, somehow that gets worked into a stream. Don't know how. Have no idea how all of a sudden Collingwood comes up randomly in a stream. What's going on here? More of our now this is basically Mars black here, so not doesn't have the Van Dyke brown in it. Ooh, the hair. Got some of that in there. Boy, you can still see there's some of our glaze stuff that we did there. There's almost like a bit of a reddish brown glaze that worked its way into the skin tone on him, which is that's contributing a whole lot there actually. Finishing off that. Back up here. Almost forgot about this here. Making that a little darker. And then on this side. Nope, I'm gonna get my, here's this Perline Crimson on the blade of that. Maybe a little bit of darker shadow down there. A little something over here. Shadow there. Try to sharpen up this sword blade here a little too. That's got a little soft edges there. We need some harder edges in that if we want that to look like, well, metal anyway. I think, yeah, we did our darker stuff on the other side of that scale mail. Now let me keep going with the Perline Crimson here. Some extra darks. Blending. Well, the micro blending brush anyways. And Henderfane, I'm basically just using craft brushes here. I don't have any, the brushes that I use for acrylics are quite literally the exact same brushes that I use for the oils. The thinner is a high quality odorless thinner. Now in the US, this brand is really spectacular. Speedball is the primary, Mona Lisa kind of the sub brand, and then when it comes to cleaning the brushes, you're not using that. You are using this because, oh look, it's fabulous brush cleaner that also cleans acrylic stuff, not hazardous, no vapors. So unless you're knocking down lots of chocolate covered mini wheats and or chocolate covered raisins and mini wheats and apples and such, you don't have to worry about vapors. Don't have to worry about that. And again, you're just putting them in a little thing like this. Little content, or here you go. Again, that's, there you go. That's how much thinner we would use for many, many hours of painting. Just a tiny little bit, so you are not going to get all kinds of fumes and weird stuff. I mean, I don't even know if, was that, the rubbing alcohol that's, 90% whatever. I don't even know if that has the same scent. And if it was in that tiny little container like that, you may not even smell that stuff. And that stuff you can smell from miles away. And that's one of the things I got to do after the stream is get a print going, among other things. Got to get that that Kathy Halfling figure printed out for the 29th. Plus, maybe see if I can get the Dark Queen Schmaladriel to be printed out too. But it'll leave those darker. I was tempted to put some lighter stuff on that, but no, we should probably leave that darker. I wondered, is that armor or is that skin? That might actually just be skin. So what I might do, well, first let me do this. Let's consult the Oracle of the Flash. Ah, see that? We need to get some of our orange up there. So yeah, Henderfane again. And of course you could have a little, A little air purifier or just a little fan, like a little tiny desk fan. A little tiny desk fan probably would be more than enough to just kind of blow things in a different direction. But again, the amounts that you are using are so minuscule. Essentially, if you can smell it, it kind of means maybe you got too much thinner sitting out there. It really does. Now, the lower quality thinners, those will have a fragrance, and you're going to notice those. Yeah, those you will notice. Well, in the early days, when all I was given was nasty dime store thinner to use, man, that would melt your eyeballs from 20 yards away. Now that's too late. Let me try this instead. Now look at that. Now we have crossed into the 4-hour threshold. 3 Warg riders and a casualty and 3 Wargs in 4 hours, 1 minute, 20 seconds. Is this happening in acrylics? Well, most definitely not, because there's so much free blending we got here and so few layers. I mean, that's where all that acrylic stuff takes time, is you're going to be painting 20 layers of whatever. That's going to just physically take time to do. We are not doing layers with the oils, of course. Nice to see you there, Arid. Everybody please give Wife a follow. So Arid, I hope that the stream was super fabulous. Why don't you share that Pinterest link in the chat there? And of course, everybody please give Wife a follow. Usually Friday, Saturdays, 7 p.m. Pacific time. Everybody check out the Pinterest link there. Some fabulous jewelry by Wife. Doing some beatings. So again, everybody check that out. And again, please give Wife a follow. Nope. Blending brush here. Yeah, and to just take that down a notch. And here is how this turned out. Hopefully you weren't too tired. I think you said you're only going to be getting about 5 hours worth of sleep or so. So hopefully there was enough sleep. We're not going to be getting much sleep tonight or tomorrow night. We could be sleep streaming on Monday. We could be sleep streaming later today. So again, everybody please check out that link that Wife posted. Now, Arid, get this. Guess what was sitting in the grocery store today? I wasn't even looking for him. I was looking for something else. And well, what the heck are those? Yeah, they were blueberries. I was looking for asparagus, and I'm like, what the heck? There was some blueberries. So tomorrow, hopefully, we're gonna try to make some blueberry muffins. Yeah, much to my surprise, they were just sitting there. I'm like, okay. I know I won't be getting to the store tomorrow or Sunday. Hopefully they'll still be there too by Monday so I can get some more. Yeah, Irid, I mean, just like cherries, right? After a while, you don't see cherries in the store anymore. I thought for sure we were done with the blueberries. What's interesting is that the tomatoes and the peppers, even though it has dropped into the 30s here, they're still trying to keep on keeping on. Now, I have a feeling it's because, they're practically like my tomato plants and the pepper plants. Some of them are more like redwood trees. They're more like giant sequoias, so that might be giving them a little bit of defense. I mean, they are massive. At least 3 of the plants are over my head, which means they are somewhere now almost, some of them are almost 7 feet tall. And I think one tomato plant is, if it's not 7 feet tall, it's got to be close. More of our darker perline crimson here. And just trying to lock in some of this here. Maybe we'll hit that too a little bit with our darker red. Yeah, Aaron. I also got, yeah, obviously this is really more for next year, but I got some calcium. Because, the bottoms of the plants, they get a little funky sometimes, especially later in the season when they're bigger. So that's another thing that I've got kind of like all set and ready to go for next year is the calcium. Ah, that's fantastic, Arid. Now, of course, next year, asparagus, right, and Brussels sprouts. Yes, this is a gardening channel after all, also a culinary channel. Now, yeah, because we got pulled out our individual little bits of fur in there now. Now, the one thing I did stop doing is I stopped doing the Irish Spring soap, and you could tell, Arid, so that Irish Spring soap must do something, because when I stopped putting it out there, then you could see evidence of critters. So yeah, the asparagus, that's going to be going right in with the hostas there. Okay, and a little bit more of that right over there. So yeah, Arid, again, I was putting out fresh chunks of the Irish Spring soap at least every few days, if at least once a week, if not every, say, 3 to 4 days, kind of at the height of things. But once it got to be in the 30s out there, I thought, well, the plants got more to worry about than bugs, or well, the bugs are taken out. So that's the one thing, is the cold is going to take out the bugs, and then the critters. Well, okay, fine, whatever the critters are going to do. Of course, I don't have anywhere near as many critters to worry about here in the city, so there's that too. There is far less charismatic megafauna here in the city than there is out there, say, in the burbs or whatever. Do that. Because I don't think, I'm not sure that rats are all that interested in gardens. They're really more interested in garbage. Do this here. Some of that darker red. Just trying to sharpen up a couple of edges here too. little something there. I was very surprised that it worked, Irid, but again, Kathy's family swears by it. And of course, they're not it's not just their garden in the backyard. They've got the cabin up north, and that is not something that they're not even there every week, much less every day to check on that. And well, speaking of megafauna, there's definitely way more megafauna, and they have a lot of it just by their house. They got lots of deer and stuff. It is hilarious because they're going to be getting their deer licenses coming up here in the next couple of weeks, and I'll bet you any money they go up there north, they'll be spending 10 hours a day in a deer stand and never see a deer. They'll come home and their backyard will have 10 deer in it. Now, actually, Arid, I wonder if the ivory soap is cheaper than the Irish Spring. Now, you can smell the Irish Spring. Maybe I wonder if that's just what it is. It's just there's something in there. You can really smell that very strong, and that's what repels them. Maybe that's what it is. I did look at there's aloe. There's like aloe and a couple of other green. Who knows? Maybe. Well, I was thinking cacti, right? Era they have some self-defense aside from needles. There's also they give off maybe a little bit of scent that says "Don't eat me," and maybe some of that ends up in the Irish Spring soap. Yeah, there's might be giving off that vibe that you eat me, you're gonna have some issues. And now, we're about 4 hours, 12 minutes in. Yep, 4 hours, 12 minutes in. So yeah, if the Irish Spring has the aloe stuff in there, maybe that's part of it. And there was another thing that I saw on the label. There's maybe this is another thing that the critters and the bugs don't like. And maybe darken up the top of that bow a little. And chuck a little bit of stuff down in here. Some dark there. Get some more of this fur over here. Let's do that. Let's do a little here, maybe some of this green. And some of you. Boy, Camden, for whatever reason, I was more diligent about having thinner in all of our different little blobs of paint, and man, that makes a big difference. And by different, I mean I think it's one of the reasons why these guys are this far along after this amount of time, because I probably saved a good 15 minutes worth of trying to reconstitute paints. I know I try to what is it? Would you say I try to emphasize that in the videos, the tutorials. I'm gonna have to really start emphasizing that big time. When alkids are a big part of the lexicon there. But yeah, man, this makes a big difference here. Even the fluorescent paints. Can't here. Let me test this out. Let me test the theory. Oh yeah, look at this. Those have been sitting here for over almost 4.5 hours, and those are very usable. So more discoveries every time, right, Camda? Well, I mean, it's not like it's a new discovery. It's just it's a reminder of, yeah, you know what? Why don't you get some thinner down on that palette? Might not be a bad idea. How's about also? Oh yeah, these things here. These are from, was it not printing goes around, or are in printable terrain. I guess it's one of them kind of days, right, Camda? Where Twitch is just going to be twitchy, I guess. Now, fortunately, it's not like, what happened in the early portion of the stream where something was kind of wacky. I don't know what that was all about. Let me do this. And let's do this here. And more of this. That's maybe a little too peachy for that orange there. Yeah, it's something that I used to do all the time. I think because there's so much stuff going on with the streams now, and we're doing so many figures, it just doesn't really occur to me to be putting that stuff on there. Try to get a little more of the lighter orange there. So the next stream is going to have some really very, very, very different stuff. Now, I wasn't quite sure with the gummy bears there. With these, we didn't do any kind of special stuff with the bases at all. But I think I might, just for funsies, let's say like the Gimli one. I was actually tempted to maybe make like a Moria thing for him, and of course the Sauron one. You know, essentially some kind of lava-like base for him. And just for kicks there. And again, those I'm gonna try to put those in another Dropbox folder for folks. Again, sorry I wasn't able to get those into something like that earlier. And there's just been a lot of stuff going on. Me here. Okay, there we go. What's interesting with the Pearline Crimson, I'm sure this is one of the reasons why it's super expensive, is that when you add lighter colors to it, it does not turn pink. It's almost like this burgundy-ish brown. That is not what you would expect from a dark red. Now I did was add just a little bit of the lighter gray to it, and it actually it doesn't really turn pinkish at all. That's really, I have no idea what's in it. It kind of does remind me a little bit of brown matter alizarin. Back in watercolor days. So we'll just, yeah, we're getting closer to 20, well, under 30% humidity here. Actually, in the basement, man, oh man, there was, I think it was like it might have actually been 29% humidity down there when I walked down there this morning. Because, well, the dehumidifiers are still going. Again, that pearline crimson, you mix it with, actually, what's really neat, let's say if you were like the sky blue or something, you get a real interesting color, that potentially even an interesting skin tone color when I think about it. We never really did anything lighter on these wrappings here. Let's do that. Let's hit this again. Boots there. Bow here. Down there. Blending brush. Like so. Yeah, let's keep using this here. And one extra little light on the nose of Mr. Warg there. Let's do Pains. Whoa, okay, that's way too much. Let's get rid of some of that. Man, that was gonna be overdoing it a smidge there. There we are. Working a little more of that darker bluish, because it's basically like the same color of his face that is now on his paws. One last little bit of separation there from between that and the claws. A little something lighter right over here. Ooh, his boots. We never did anything really on this side of his with his boots. Just a quickie little bit of light that's just gonna blend with all that stuff. That's it. But now I do think, now that we're at almost about 4.5 hours into this, and we got lots of stuff to do, we got printing stuff to do. Well, there's that whole food thing also. Minor details, of course. This is where we say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. We had a bunch of raids. There was a bunch of those, so we appreciate all the raids. And of course, appreciate everybody being here. We will be back at this very soon. Yes, indeed, with again the fabulous Lord of the Rings gummy bears. And again, there's 5 of them. We're going to see if we can't get all 5 of those going. So see you later there, Irid. See you later there, Camda. Appreciate that here. Let's maybe zoom out and let's take a look at our 3 doggies here. Let's do that. 3 doggies. And yeah, there was no color on any of these little hounds right here. You can see they got definitely a different coloration to them. Almost more of a violet gray, more of a blue there, and then more of a reddish orange. So see you later there, JD, and see you later, Ednerfane. Again, hopefully we can catch it tomorrow. And JD, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Gonna get the rate countdown underway here. There we go. Yeah, so look at that. I mean, just the difference in. That's the same exact pose. That's literally the same exact pose. That looks a little bit different and is the very same warg and rider. So thanks again, everybody, and we'll see you on the next stream, which is later today.